we're all set.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. The purpose of this meeting is to hear recommendations from both the LSO staff and assorted experts on the subject of what's called an external cost adjustment, really a cost of living adjustment to our school finance system. And that's will be the focus of the meeting. I'm going to ask when we finish that business, going to ask members to hang on, and the public is welcome too. We need to talk just a little bit about the preparations for the Education Committee's November meeting and what members have to do to get ready. And Appropriations Committee they want to join us because at least 3 of those bills and some of the problems with the federal stimulus impinge on the work of the Appropriations Committee as well. I don't think we're going to take much time with it, but we do need to take a little time right at the end. So don't anybody let me forget that. With that, LSO, can you go ahead and call the roll?
Yes, sir. For the Joint Appropriations Committee, Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Thank you. Senator Kinski.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Here.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Representative Stith.
Here.
Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Kinner.
Here.
And I'm going to note Senator
Nicholas is
Perkins
excused.
and Representative Nicholas as excused and pending. Senator Rothfuss.
Here.
Thank you. Senator Salazar.
Here.
Senator Beitman.
Here.
Senator Ellis.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Obermueller.
Here.
Representative Newsom.
Here.
Representative Nyman.
Here.
Representative Harshman.
Here.
Representative Connolly.
Here.
Representative Brown.
Here.
Representative Andrew.
Here.
Co-Chairman Paxton.
Here.
Co-Chairman Scott.
Here.
There are quorums of both the Joint Appropriations and the Joint Education Committees.
Okay. Thank you, LSO. LSO, one piece of housekeeping. I've got this screen, just the legislative computer, and I can't necessarily see anybody. So if we get a member of either committee that wants recognition, you may have to tip me off that they're asking for recognition because I may not see them. So please do that when the occasion arises.
Yes, sir.
First
We will
item-
keep tabs on that for you.
Okay, appreciate it, because I can see about half the members. The first item on the agenda is purpose and background of K-12 education resource block grant funding model. LSO staff, Matt Wilmarth and Tanya Hytrek. Which one of you two is going to take it away?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Matt Wilmarth with the LSO. I'll start this off, and if there's any pertinent legal questions that the committee has at the beginning of the meeting, Tanya can address those. But I just wanted to provide the committee a brief overview of the purpose of the meeting and prior to getting into the reports that were provided to the committee. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll proceed. I believe this is the first meeting that we, as a legislature, has did a combined joint education and joint appropriations committee to hear this report. Traditionally, the joint education committee has heard the report first, made its recommendation, and then the same materials and information and recommendation from the joint appropriations committee was then presented to the Joint Appropriations Committee. So this process this year is a little bit unique in that we're having a joint meeting, and it's also over the Zoom meeting platform. So that's just a little bit of background on that. Really the purpose of the meeting is to hear information related to the cost pressures associated with the K-12 school funding system. And that is both on the statutory model or the legislative model that's enacted in the law, and then also on the evidence-based model that your consultants, Pike Asada and Associates calibrated during the last interim. The monitoring reports received are during years of in between the recalibration efforts. So the 4 years that you have in between recalibrations, these are the years that the legislature considers making adjustments to your cost of education. And this report helps inform those decisions and provides the legislature the appropriate information should you adjust the cost within the model by a certain cost index. Mr. Chairman, I believe Representative Connolly has a question.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Wilmarth, before we go on, you talked about the process with this being the first joint meeting between Education and Appropriations. Would I be correct in kind of assuming that when we get to the end of the meeting, that it would be a discussion in the Education Committee to debate the ECAs, and that would then be a letter that would go to Appropriations the same as in the past? And so that's just a discussion with the Education Committee.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, a good question. That is my understanding. I believe Chairman Nicholas and Chairman Perkins have put the reception of the Joint Education Committee's recommendation on their October 25th meeting, and they'll make their own independent recommendation to the legislature and the governor at that time. So you are correct. The Joint Education Committee today, the goal at the end of the day is to have the Joint Education Committee make its recommendation to the Joint Appropriations Committee. And you are correct, that comes in a form of a letter based upon an action taken by the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wilmarth.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris. I don't know if you can see me. I
Yeah,
wanted to ask a question.
go ahead, Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did actually want a little discussion of why we're doing it this way. This is the first time that we've implemented it as a joint meeting as opposed to as a significant portion of our Education Committee workload and meeting, typically in person, where we can have public testimony and have a deliberative process. Also, I'm a little curious why we're doing this as 26 people cozily getting together in a Zoom session instead of in the traditional manner. I don't see the urgency or the immediacy or the need to be doing it in this remote session. So I'm just curious to hear why we're doing it this way this year, despite the traditional way.
Let me answer that, and then the LSO staff may want to chime in too. I think it's a matter of efficiency of use of the time of the experts, that way we can have them present once and cover all of us rather than having to repeat the same thing twice. And we're frankly experimenting on trying to be an efficient way of doing things. If it proves to be too difficult because there's too many people wanting to ask questions, then we won't do it again. But this is an attempt to do it efficiently with everybody's time, so we don't have to repeat the presentations. LSO, do you have any comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think you covered it as great as I would have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question is to you as we go through the monitoring report, when do you want us to ask questions? So should we ask along the way, or do you want us to hold them? What do you want to do on your questions? So,
My preference, unless we get so tied up that we aren't getting it done, is to take questions as they come up. Otherwise, I think the moment passes and people forget the questions and forget the context. I think we get more effective dialogue if we do it as we go. But again, be warned, for recognition purposes, I can only see about half of them. So be aggressive if we're missing you. And we'll try our best we can on that. Okay, LSO, go ahead. I don't see any more questions. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The goals of this meeting, as I indicated, really at the end, is for the Joint Education Committee to make its recommendation of the Joint Appropriations Committee, and that by statute is to be done no later than October 15th of each year. The Joint Appropriations Committee has to make its own independent recommendation no later than November 1st of each year, and that is to the governor and the legislature. Within this presentation, the LSO will cover the historical external cost adjustments that have been applied to the K-12 funding model. We'll compare the estimated cost differences between the evidence-based model and the statutory model. And then we'll review the annual change in the cost indices recommended to the legislature by Dr. Lori Taylor on if an external cost adjustment is to be applied, what categories and what amount those have changed year over year. Additionally, we have Dr. Stoddard with us. She, during the interims of in between recalibrations, focuses on the teacher labor market and updates information to the committee on those cost pressures associated with teacher salaries. And the reason for that is teachers within your K-12 funding model make up about 67% of the FTEs funded within the model. So that's primarily why those are the only positions that are focused on the labor market area. And then finally, the Department of Education will be here today to review a report that they present on an annual basis, which is called the Continued Review of Educational Resources in Wyoming, or the CREW report. And that really compares how, on a statewide level, how districts allocate resources as compared to how it's distributed within the K-12 funding model. Finally, as I sent out last week, I updated the monitoring report from the K-12 or from the LSO side to include an update to the school year 22-23 health insurance costs. The Department of Administration information on the same day that we released the meeting materials on September 30th, also released their health insurance premium rates that will be utilized starting January 1st of 2022. Those amounts are tied to the K-12 funding model, and it was a significant change in that there will be actually a 6% decrease in the premium rates for next year as compared to a 6% increase that this LSO is estimating. So with that change, we felt it was appropriate to update the report to reflect those revised estimated costs. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if there's not any more questions, I'll proceed and I'll share my screen to include the monitoring report on the screen.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I don't see any questions, so I'll proceed with that. Okay, Mr. Chairman, you can see on the first page of the report, I did highlight the reason for the change in the monitoring report was attributable to the health insurance rates established for next school year. The reason for that, again, is the Department of Administration establishes those rates, and it is tied to the funding model. That is one area of your funding model that is not adjusted by an external cost adjustment. Let me scroll down to really as I summarized earlier, the dates that are established in law, Wyoming Statute 2113-309U requires the Joint Education Committee to make its recommendation by October 15th, the Joint Appropriations Committee by November 1st. In table 1 on page 2 of the monitoring report, I wanted to summarize really where the history of the external cost adjustments have been made. Traditionally, these external cost adjustments are made in a cumulative nature until the next recalibration process. These past 2 years are a little bit unique in that an ECA during the 2020 budget session was applied. Then a recalibration occurred. The legislature did not act on those recommendations. And then in this school year 21-22, the ECA that has been applied is equivalent to 1/2 of the ECA that was adopted in the 2021 school year. And so traditionally, as I indicated, ECAs are cumulative and not necessarily reduced or necessarily at one time. The ECAs that have been applied are not sustained going forward. So the ECA that you are really considering for school year 22-23, or the estimated funding levels you see under the statutory model, don't reflect any ECA for school year 22-23. And so as you see on page 4, there's an increase in divergence between the evidence-based model and the legislative model. And Mr. Chairman, I believe Representative Connolly has a question.
Okay, Representative Conley, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, when I was looking at this chart, one of the things that occurred to me is that when we look at it, that it seems to me that the reality is that the ECA, as you pointed out, is not cumulative, but I'm not seeing where, in fact, when we put on these kind of small ECAs, the 1%, 2%, what year are we actually going back to? Because if they're not cumulative, we're going back to a former year's salary, for example, if we're looking at professional staff. So are we going back to, is it 2016?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, the last ECA that was applied and has been sustained was from the 2019-20 school year. So it would result back to the 2019-20 price levels.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
And LSO, am I correct in thinking that once you do a recalibration, that includes then all the ECAs, and then we start afresh on applying ECAs? Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, the recalibration process is a little twofold. One is your consultants recommend prices and the adequate level of funding for your cost of education. And then traditionally, the legislature then acts on those recommendations and modifies its funding model to price levels that it deems is appropriate and an adequate amount.
And then new EC.
And then after that recalibration process, new ECAs are applied.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, as I alluded to in my comments, the lack of sustaining the ECAs from the 2020 budget bill has led to a divergence greater than in years past between the legislative model and your evidence-based model. So in table 2 and in figure 2, LSO estimates the difference in total cost of funding between the evidence-based model, and the statutory model. So for this school year, 21-22, the estimated funding difference is approximately $29.8 million. The reason for the increase in the difference from $20.7 million in school year 2021 is because that ECA adopted in the 2020 budget bill for this current school year was halved. So that's about a $9 million decrease in funding through the ECA. And then in school year 22-23, two things are happening here. One is the ECAs applied previously are no longer sustained. And then LSO assumes ECAs are applied to the evidence-based model. And so that difference in funding has increased for estimated school year 22-23.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, just a question to the group. I couldn't see the screen share at the end. I don't know if others could. Maybe it's just my slow computer, but I see Representative Nyman couldn't see the screen share either. So that's one thing. But then my question, Mr. Chairman, is, and Matt, I've kind of prepped you for this. As we look at, and I got to pull up the thing. As we look at the statutory model's full value estimated in 2022-23 at $1,508,300,000, and we go back to 2021, which is a known number, we have $1,526,000,000. And so basically we're looking at an $18 million shrink actual value based upon health insurance. And so as I've been thinking about this ECA and how it's going to relate to other processes we have going on, one of them is it appears that perhaps the federal money, the ARPA money, might be released to schools. If so, that provides, there's maintenance of effort on ARPA regardless. And so as we look at maintenance of effort, not maintenance of equity, but maintenance of effort, and we see a shrinking in the amount of money going to K-12 education, it doesn't matter that it's just a hiccup in health insurance. It'll be likely an actual shrinkage in the amount of money. I know we can't predict what appropriations or the legislature will do with the general fund budget, but just say it's static, let's just say it's completely static. How does a shrinkage of K-12 money, how will that affect our maintenance of effort with ARPA dollars? And this is probably an ongoing conversation, and I realize I'm not going to probably get a definitive answer, but I want to put this in the brain of everybody out there. It's one reason that I'm concerned about shrinking K-12 education funding. Anyway, Matt, that's my question. Maintenance of effort.
And Matt, go ahead, and then I may have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers. So first, the change in funding on the statutory model from school year 21-22, 22-23 is twofold. One, yes, primarily it's a reduction in the health insurance rates of 6%, but it's also the fact that the ECA in school year 21-22 goes away. So that's about that ECA is about $9 million of the $15 million decrease. On your maintenance of effort question, it's a little bit complicated in that we don't know how maintenance of effort will shake out until actual expenditures occur in fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 22, to be exact. The ARPA Act requires maintenance of effort to be at the same proportional levels of spending for both higher education and K-12 education based upon the average of fiscal year 17, 18, and 19. And so for higher education, that's about 15% of your state budget. And then for K-12 education, it's about 38 to 40% of the state budget. And so a reduction in funding to K-12 may have impacts on maintenance of effort, but only if the proportional K-12 budget is lower than that average of fiscal year 17, 18, and 19. And so you are correct, it's unknown at this time what those amounts will be because it's based upon actual expenditures. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Now, Matt, let me follow up on that. At session, there was discussion that the way the feds had structured their maintenance of effort, that we had about, my memory is about 41 million in leeway where we could actually have reduced the expenditures if we'd wanted to and still complied with the ECA because it was based, still complied with the maintenance of effort requirement because it was based on those previous years. Are you telling me it's a little more complicated than that?
Mr. Chairman, it's still based upon the actual expenditures, and it's a little bit more complicated in the fact that we just don't know what actual expenditures will be in fiscal year 23. That's going to be dependent upon local revenues to school districts. It's going to be dependent upon the state's actual budget. I don't know if it's the 40 million that we were estimating at the end of the 21 session.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Matt. I know it's nebulous at this time, but I do think it's something we have to keep in the back of our minds. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. And committee, what I'm going to suggest is that we'll have to pay attention to federal things. I think we've got to try to do our best job depending on what our needs are. Frankly, I think we'll be able to deal with the feds. And this will impinge on some of our other bills that we're going to talk about at the very end. It'll come up at the next meeting because this will affect what we can do there. We may have to change the wording on some of them a bit to try to accommodate the federal requirements. I think that given the Supreme Court precedents that frankly, if the feds tried to impose some general budget requirements on us just because of education and it affected other things, that they're going to lose the court case. And I think they know that. So I think they'll be reasonable. But I think we ought to focus on doing what we think is right, and then we'll have to try to see what we got to do to square with the feds. Okay, Matt, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to share my screen again. If you cannot see it, just let me know, and then I'll just point you to the pages in the report. So let me try this again, and hopefully it works. Can you see my screen?
No.
Is it just a black screen?
It says Matt Wellmarth LSO has started screen sharing, but it doesn't show it.
Okay. I will just continue on the electronic version, I guess, I sent out on Thursday last week and updated on the website. Really, the last portion of this this presentation is related to the non-personnel and the on the personnel materials. The non-personnel categories are a little bit more complex or a little bit more straightforward to monitor in that they're more aligned than the salaries within the funding model. And for the Non-personnel areas, there's two areas, educational materials and energy. And in total for this school year, the difference between your evidence-based model and statutory model is approximately $3.6 million. For next school year, 22-23, that difference increases by approximately $7 million. And that's twofold. Again, the ECA under the statutory model is not sustained. And then ECAs are applied to the two categories for your evidence-based model. So that increases to about a $10.4 million difference. I think Karen's going to try to share my screen.
Okay, that worked.
Great, thank you, Karen. So for the educational materials category, that evidence-based model was adjusted by the annual change in supplies and materials. And that was a 1.04% change year over year. And I will say for both of these categories, these ECAs come from the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. And the last two periods, May and June, are still preliminary, and they'll be finalized hopefully sometime in November. So that these percentages may change slightly. Then for the energy category, on the evidence-based model side, it was adjusted by 7.935%. And the difference increased to approximately $5.3 million more under the evidence-based model than the statutory model. Karen, if you go to page 7.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers. I have one question here.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Matt, I know we use percentages on our indices for ECA, whether it's energy, whether it's education materials. And I think you'll get to that hopefully. But as I see these two charts, the combined ECA necessary, if we were to follow through just strictly with the differences, a combined difference of about 15.4, 15.5 million on this category. This subcategory, I guess you'd call it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, if you look on page 5 in table 3, the bottom row, the total difference between these two categories for this school year is 3.6 million. And then estimated school year 22 is 10.37 million.
Okay, gotcha. That's combined energy. I see that utilities is in there.
Yep, correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Karen, if you share your screen to page 7, table 4. This table is a little bit new to this report in that we try to share or try to demonstrate the differences in salaries between the evidence-based model and the statutory model. We can't do it in total cost. It's a little bit more complicated in total cost because it's just not the prices that are different, but it's the formulas on how those are actually distributed, the number of FTEs for teachers or instruction facilitators and various other categories. But I wanted to provide a depiction of the price differences between each of the evidence-based model salaries and the statutory model salaries. Again, the differences increase because of the lack of a sustained ECA for school year 21-22 to 22-23, and an ECA is applied to the evidence-based model salaries. And Mr. Chairman, I believe Representative Connolly has a question here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Matt, I understand your chart and where your figures came from, but I was looking at the assumptions that were made on page 6. And one of the assumptions is to use the 75th percentile for professional and technical worker salaries in Wyoming. And if I remember correctly, that's the lowball figure. That in fact, we are at the 85th, and there were recommendations at times to use the 85th rather than the 75th. So would it be kind of fair to say that we're really looking at some kind of very low figures when we're looking at table 4 in terms of what salary should be?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, the Picus Audit Associates recommended the 75th percentile. They did recommend the legislature to go higher than that if they wanted to, and they said if the legislature implemented a compensation and accountability system for teachers that they feel is appropriate, that the 85th percentile would be the appropriate level. But since the legislature didn't have that robust system in place, they recommended at minimum a 75th percentile salary.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up. And so that was a minimum recommendation. And the reality is, if I remember some of the other figures and data, is that we're now at the 85th. We have been as high as the 96. So that notion of eroding salaries, we've seen it in that 10% right now. And the recommendation that you're going forward with, though, is only at the 75th. Is that a fair kind of summary?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, I believe Dr. Stoddard can demonstrate where those ratios between teacher salaries and professional technical workers have been in the past and where they are currently. And you are correct; they've been in the high 90s, and I think they're closer to the 85th percentile right now. But again, the 75th percentile is what the consultants recommended, and that is what's been adjusted under their recommendations.
And I would caution us in dealing with this. That's really a recalibration issue. We were unable to get an agreement on a recalibration for a number of reasons at the last legislative session. We better stick to the ECA and not use it to try to redo the recalibration. That is a problem, that because we couldn't get an agreement on a recalibration last time, we are going to have to live with.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris. Quick follow-up on that.
Okay, Senator Office.
Thank you. I think the concern there, though, is that the assumptions that are going into the report that we're seeing here, that we're basing the ECAs off of, are assumptions that we did not agree upon from the recalibration report. So I agree with what you said, Mr. Chairman. It's just that we assumed agreement on some of the components or aspects of that recalibration report, and we're reporting them as effectively the baseline for the ECA discussion. But I think what you said is exactly right. There wasn't agreement on some of the assumptions that went into that report. There was not agreement on a recalibration. So for us to be assuming that a 75th percentile is an appropriate baseline, I think is not an assumption that this committee should be taking as written so far. Thank you.
Okay, well, again, I'll caution you, if we try to refight the whole of the recalibration effort, we'll probably just defeat the ECA. So I urge a degree of caution here.
Mr. Chairman,
Who is seeking recognition?
this is Representative Stith.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Matt, I just had a question. The phrase is being used 75th percentile, and I guess I read it differently, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the 75 was 75% of the average wages for professionals generally. Did I misunderstand that? And I thought that the 75% was, the reason it was about the United States average for what teachers are paid across the United States, and in part reflects the fact that they're working about 75% as many hours as other professionals, such as, say, engineers or accountants.
Matt, go ahead on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stitt. The 75th percent amount is average salary of Wyoming professional technical worker salaries. It's not nation, it's for actual Wyoming workers. And you are correct, it's 75th, it's 75% of their average wage of those workers.
Okay.
Okay,
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the last item I'll cover is on page 7 and then going on to page 8. The cost indices that have been recommended to the legislature to adjust the model categories are shown in table 5. For professional labor, it's Wyoming's comparable wage index, and for non-professional labor, it's the high school comparable wage index for Wyoming. And then energy is a weighted average of the producer price index for commercial electrical power, producer price index for commercial natural gas, and the producer price index for light fuel oils. And then the educational materials category is the producer price index of office supplies and accessories. And then on page 8, I just provided a summary of the prior years for each of those cost indices in table 6. And then figure 3 is just a depiction of those in a graphical form. And as I indicated, the last row in table 6 are the amounts that have been used to adjust the evidence-based models prices. And again, those reflect a 1.08 or 808% increase in professional staff, 2.338% for non-professional staff, 0.104% increase for educational materials, and 7.935% for energy. And Mr. Chairman, LSO doesn't have any recommendations as it relates to whether you apply an ACA or not. That's a decision of you all. We just provide this information as to what the current annual changes are in those indices. And again, just provide you an estimated cost difference between what your consultants have recommended as adjusted by the external cost adjustments and your current funding levels. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any further questions.
Let me ask one right at this point, trying to understand this. These are percentage increases in what's in the evidence-based model the consultant recommended. And for example, in teachers, that's the numbers of teachers that are recommended by that model and not necessarily how many are actually there. So the so-called ghost teachers are included in the ones that on which this recommendation is based. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, you're correct. The ECAs are applied to the model, and the model generated resources and those prices that are associated with those categories. It does not necessarily reflect that districts will allocate those resources in the same manner that the model provides them.
Okay. Now, there was an earlier slide that showed supplies and materials for the CTE, career and technical education. And again, these figures that are applied to what's in the model and rather than what's actually there. Is that correct? And Mr. Co-Chairman, am I right in thinking that some of those supplies have been diverted to other purposes and not made available to the program?
Well, that has been my experience as a former CTE teacher, and certainly has been relayed to me by current CTE teachers. And not only that, but staffing also. So there's a real disconnect there that I'm really concerned about.
Okay, I would say I share that concern. Matt, am I right in thinking about how the thing is being computed?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. The ECAs are applied to the prices within the model. It does not necessarily mean that districts will allocate those amounts to those categories. This is a block grant. Districts are expending those dollars based upon their own priorities that their boards approve of.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I agree on the CTE thing, and there's a fix for that if we took it off the, out of the block grant. But also, Matt, and I know we'll get to the crew report, but my recollection, and I haven't dug it out just now, but my recollection in the crew report is that districts actually spend more money on educational materials than they're allocated. Is that correct? Am I remembering that right?
Mr. Chairman, I think it varies by category. So, student activities, I think, is an area where they expend a little bit more than what the block grant provides. I think Chairman Scott's correct that under the CTE materials and equipment, districts are reported fewer expenditures than allocated. So it just depends on what category, and I think the Department of Education will review each of those with you today.
Okay, so we're going to have a further discussion of the crew report.
Mr. Chairman.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Mr.
somebody else seeking recognition.
Yeah, Representative
Representative
Harsh. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. And Matt, just question, will that be on the crew report? I mean, there's these the ghost teachers, but then I think, the things that some of us we've talked about over the years, obviously in recalibration, that doesn't get recognized. So like, ghost student meals, $30 million comes from somewhere. Ghost security, the SRO.
Local choice.
And what was that, Senator? Yeah, I know that's the point, I guess, and that's my point. So do those things somehow get accounted for? That's really the question. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I think the Department of Education will cover this. The comparisons are only on those amounts that are included in the block grant. And you're correct, food service is not a category within your block grant. The legislature has chosen to assume that's a self-supporting program. And in fact, I think the federal government has provided free meals for the past 2 years to all schools, and all students. So again, the comparison is based upon what the model allocates and what districts expend.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, question for Matt when we go to table 6 and figure 3 and those, when we look at those cost indexes and the annual changes, you'd indicated that was for the evidence-based model. And my assumption would be that the evidence-based model, because of the actual figures, the amounts, as we move into the earlier figure you showed is now accounts for a higher level of spending than the statutory model. So by using the evidence-based model for these cost indices, wouldn't these be higher than if we use the statutory model? And why do we not provide that comparative analysis? Would be my question.
Matt?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking what would the percent increase need to be to close the gap from 53 million to $0?
No, my Mr. Chairman. So let me see if I can simplify the question. So in table 6 and table 3, you said those numbers were generated based on numbers from the evidence-based model. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the amounts in table 6 and figure 3 reflect the annual change in the cost indices for each of those cost indexes. So the annual change in the comparable wage index from 2019-20 to 2021 was 1.808%. It has nothing to do with what model it is, it's the index itself.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify, because I thought you said those predicated on the evidence-based model, and I didn't understand how the model played in those indexes. So that clarifies that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, not to diverge on this. I get it. It's ECA time. It's not recalibration time, but just on Matt, I just had a question of Matt, and he's in the federal government. I agree on that buying the food, but I think the cost really is in the workers that prepare the food. And I just want the committee to know too, that there's another piece of that because it affects the at-risk student count. And so that's changed that a little bit. And so there's some information we're missing as a part of that. So that's part of that story too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anything else? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my part of the presentation. Next up would be Dr. Christina Stoddard. She's a legislative consultant that the legislature has had since 2010 to help advise on labor market cost pressures. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it over to Dr. Stoddard.
Okay, and for those following along, we're in the process of going through item 3 on the agenda. Dr. Stoddard.
And is it best if I share my screen? Shall I try sharing here? And
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Stoddard. Okay, we can see it. Yeah,
you
we
can see that?
it.
Okay.
Yep.
So, well, it's good to be with you all today. Our university is closed until noon because we got our first big snowfall of the year, and so the power's out. So, crazy times right now. So this report goes through an analysis of what the labor market looks like in general, and relative to teaching staff in Wyoming. So it's not focused on other professionals, but just teachers. So as you may recall, those of you that have been on these committees before, I'm going to do several comparisons. We'll go through and compare Wyoming salaries with other professionals, with other states, and then sort of look at whether or not we see changes in terms of recruitment and retention. So just to put this in context, I know we've been talking about the model here. The model that I'm using here is the statutory model. So looking at what average actual teaching salaries and average teaching salaries look like in the Wyoming funding model, you can see that over this period since 2006, there's been this gap that you've been tracking in the crew reports and so forth. I will most of the time put both the model weighted average, again, the statutory model weighted average, and the actual weighted average. So what districts are actually paying in the slides moving forward. But I didn't put in the evidence-based model salaries, since that's just that has only diverged for these last couple of years. But I'd be happy to provide those numbers as well if that'd be useful. So just to kind of keep this all in context here, the idea of this report is to look at what cost pressures there are out there. How do larger market forces affect the quality of people who are interested in becoming teachers, and also teachers, whether or not they choose to remain in teaching. So cost pressures are these forces that require higher salaries in order to maintain that quality of the teaching pool. So how is that quality of the teaching pool determined? Who is it that's deciding to become a teacher? Obviously, that's partly based on, your own skills and interests, but also based on other employment opportunities. And so that's why when we look at cost pressures, we're looking at teaching salaries relative to other employment opportunities. I think that comparison is most relevant when we think about college students deciding on what career path to pursue, as opposed to existing teachers who largely are kind of comparing teaching salaries in different areas. So throughout all of the times that I've presented to you, I've kind of tried to indicate that there's not necessarily one right level, right level of teaching salary. in the sense that there's this trade-off. Higher salaries are going to recruit in a different set of students than lower salaries. There's not a right level of retention. You know, some turnover is always inevitable, and good, right? Because we want teachers who pursue the profession, who discover, oh, I'm really bad at this. I don't enjoy this. We don't necessarily want to retain those folks. But obviously, if there are big changes in salary or big changes in retention relative to the past, that starts to signal these kind of cost pressures on districts that are going to lead them to need to increase salaries. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris.
Chris, okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Dr. Stoddard, I did want to ask, and we've had this conversation before a number of times, and I wanted to see, I've been looking to see if you could find a way to evaluate through your data a high level teacher, a high quality teacher, as opposed to a comparator where you're just looking at what is effectively a middle of the pack teacher, recognizing that there's been an assumption that we were recruiting high quality teachers based on the salaries, but the data that you've been able to look at and analyze hasn't had that. You note it here as we're looking at this monitoring process that we're trying to recruit high level teachers. Have you found any way to achieve that high level in the field recruitment as opposed to just the standard interchangeable teacher?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, the best way to do that is to connect teachers to student outcomes. So a number of states have the ability to track student outcomes and the teachers that are assigned to them. Wyoming is not a state like that. The literature in general has found that other kinds of indicators, so looking at the college a student attended, the teacher training program they're coming out, are imperfect indicators of teacher quality. So, I can present information, and we'll talk about that later, about what universities teachers are being trained at. But beyond that, Wyoming doesn't have a system in place to really identify high quality relative to low quality teachers. And I think that discussion about the consultant's recommendations about where teacher salary ought to be are in part related to that. So this range between the 75% versus the 85% reflects the fact that Picus and Auden felt a higher salary is more appropriate if you had a system in place to identify high quality teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And not to belabor this point, but we received a report last meeting that really showed that Wyoming's NAEP scores were, I thought, fairly exceptional. And certainly if you would look at across states, if you have a pretty high NAEP score, that would be a reflection of the teachers that are behind that system. And certainly if our NAEP scores were high, I think that is a reflection on teacher quality, isn't it? Dr. Stoddard?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, certainly there are a lot of components to those NAEP scores. So family background is a piece of that. So it's not only the school system. So I believe in the past we have talked, and in fact, last year during the recalibration effort, I had done some work looking at NAEP scores and how those have changed with your changes in teacher salaries. And there's not much of a relationship. So connecting just teacher salaries to NAEP scores is difficult because obviously there's a lag, right? So as salaries went up, do we expect test scores to go up immediately the next year? Maybe not necessarily, but certainly Wyoming has high NAEP scores relative to, some other, areas of the country. I think they're not all that different than other states in the region. And so that's one reason why I focus on, adjacent states.
And I would caution Representative Summers and the committee that it's not only the quality of the teachers in the system, but it's also the system that the teachers are teaching within and how that system is managed. And as you know, we're looking at problems with not enough of the kids learning how to read. And that looks to me to be much more a problem with the system and not the teachers. So it's not a clear correlation there.
Mr. Co-Chair, this is Co-Chair Paxton.
You go ahead, Jerry.
You know, one of the indicators, I think, in my mind anyway, is every one of our teachers have to go out and student teach, and they don't place those student teachers with just the average teacher. They put those student teachers with an exceptional teacher, and that screening process is extremely important, I think. And who better to determine whether the quality of a teacher than the person that they've student taught under. You know, and I don't know how, you know, if there's a rating scale now or for student teachers, but maybe there should be if there isn't, because I think, you know, there's a lot of different things that determine the quality of a teacher, and it isn't necessarily just based on the grades. As you said, there's a lot of other issues involved there. How many kids are ELL kids, how many, you know, and so forth and so on. So to me, that student teaching component is an essential part of determining the quality of a teacher, because it takes into account all of those different factors. You have to think on your feet, and you certainly, the only way you can really determine that is to put a teacher in front of a bunch of kids.
Jerry, let me follow up with a question on that. Is the student teaching system, is that a product of the University of Wyoming School of Education and the other schools like Black Hills State and Chadron State that we also draw teachers from? They have their own systems, or is it a universal thing?
It usually, if that question is for me, it's a product of the institution where the teacher's getting their degree.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Because we need to get on with Dr. Stoddard's report otherwise. Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, do I need to reshare my screen here? I think maybe I do.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So just returning here, then we're going to look at these three different indicators. So one, looking at labor market indicators that are elements of that cost pressure process. How do salaries compare in other states that may be recruiting teachers away from Wyoming? How do salaries look in other occupations and industries? Again, recruiting either existing teachers or, probably more importantly, recruiting college students into those occupations and industries. We'll talk a little bit about demographic indicators, although as you'll see right now, those aren't as important. And then finally, we'll look at recruitment and retention that reflects the current hiring conditions experienced by districts. And just one caution as we get to those recruitment and retention indicators, those are obviously related to the actual salaries that are being paid. There's no way to say, here's what recruitment and retention would look like if the salaries were, you know, say the model average instead. So we'll start by comparing salaries with other locations. This idea that we're going to be attracting new graduates or current teachers from other areas into Wyoming, and then also being able to retain new graduates and current teachers from Wyoming. And then we'll compare with other professionals. Okay. And so these are the 7 indicators that you've probably seen in the past, and again, that we're going to go through today, and I'll do an overview of what each of those indicators show us at the very end of this presentation. Okay, so starting with the labor market then. So the first thing we're going to look at is changes in the ratio of teaching wages and wages of other professional and technical occupations. So to give you the most timely data on this, we look at the occupational employment statistics. It's a quarterly survey of establishments, so not of individuals. And so we're able to compare different kinds of occupations. I've chosen occupations that are most similar to those of teachers. But the disadvantage of that data is that because it's really timely, we can't, and it's not of individuals, we can't adjust for age, for hours and weeks of work. We can't look at benefits, but it gives you kind of the most up-to-date information. So during recalibration years, I look at other sources as well, and I'd be happy to talk about kind of hours and weeks of work as we look at this, if that's helpful.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Newsom.
Go ahead, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, when you're talking about these wage comparisons, do they include just the wages, or are there any benefits included? Because I know we have a robust benefit package for our teachers, and I'm wondering if that's included or not.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative, it's not. So the establishment surveys only give us wage information and not benefits information. So getting comparable benefits information is really difficult when we look across occupations and industries. You'll see I'm mostly going to be comparing teachers to other professional and technical occupations, which tend to have insurance or retirement benefits of some kind, although you're correct that public employees tend to have much more generous benefits packages.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, was that Senator Hicks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
But Dr. Stoddard, another question I have is, I'm assuming this just looks at wages and doesn't look at those one-time bonus payments, incentive payments that districts have paid out. I know I have several districts that have paid those in the last couple of years above and beyond regular salary. So this data just reflects actual salary, not any of those. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, Senator Hicks. I believe that would be correct. Again, this is a survey of the establishments. So unless the district is choosing to report it that way, which I believe they shouldn't be, I think they're reporting. I should go back and look at that. I don't actually know if they're including bonuses in that. So they report the average wages, the median wages, and then they report wages, kind of at the high and the low end. And I'm not actually sure if bonuses would be included in that. So let me double check and get back to you on that.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman and committee members, one thing I would say on these issues of benefits and hours and weeks of work is that that's one reason why I present these. Oh, let's see, I need to share again. One reason why I think it's useful to look at these as trends rather than to just look at a single point in time is that even though, we aren't necessarily seeing benefits included, for example, to the degree that those have, the differences between teachers and other occupations has remained relatively similar over the last 10 years, for example. Looking at the trends will tell us something about these pressures, so about these cost pressures. So what we can see here is that in Wyoming, there's been a pretty significant divergence between teachers and other workers in Wyoming. So I have two different comparisons here. So the top blue line with the X's shows all professional and technical occupations. So those are professional and technical occupations are defined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's the classification for those. They have a classification of professional occupations, a classification of technical occupations. And then the red dotted line below that are a set of comparable occupations that other researchers have identified as having skills and attributes that are most similar to teachers. And those are all listed in the appendix of the report. But both of those show, kind of steady increases for non-teachers in Wyoming over the last period where wages for teachers have increased, but much more slowly since 2012. So this next slide then takes the ratio, so looks at the ratio of wages of teachers in Wyoming relative to the wages of those professional and technical workers. And you can see right now that ratio is at about 84%. It's a decline relative to where it's been in the past, as I believe was noted earlier. So you had a ratio as high as 96%. So that's the top solid line. And then the dashed line shows you the ratio of the statutory model wages to the wages of other professional and technical workers in Wyoming. And so that has now placed itself at, I think it's 74%, that statutory model, and has now approached kind of where that ratio is in the United States as a whole. It's a little bit below and a little bit above the ratio in adjacent states. So, so about 74% in Wyoming, about 76% in the US, and a little under 74% in surrounding states. And this just breaks it out by the different states that surround Wyoming. So you can see that the actual ratio right now in Wyoming is very similar to what it is in some of the relatively higher paid states. So very close to Utah and Nebraska. So in the past, that ratio has always exceeded all other states, and now as those states have increased their wages and salaries have flattened in Wyoming, we're now, basically equivalent to the ratio in Utah. You can see again, the dotted line is showing you the statutory model, which lies right in the middle of adjacent states. So indicating kind of more pressure. I would say this is a strong indicator of more pressure on teacher salaries when we look at Wyoming teachers being competed away by other states. So this table is new, not one that I've shown you in the past, because all of that information is up through 2020. And as we're all aware, the labor market is evolving rapidly in this kind of post-pandemic period. And so there's not the same high quality establishment data for just teachers, a way to compare it to other professional and technical workers as of 2021. But I pulled some additional data just to kind of give you a rough picture of what the labor market looks like in Wyoming over this last period. So this is looking at percent change in average weekly wages in both the US and in Wyoming just over this last year. And you can see that in the US, there's been a pretty strong rebound in terms of average weekly wages. Wyoming has not seen that as much, so has actually seen a decline in average weekly wages. And again, these are average weekly wages of all employees. So this is not just looking at college educated workers. This is not looking at professional workers. This is looking at all workers in all sectors in Wyoming. Part of that appears to be driven by what's happening in the natural resources and mining sector. So although there's not this industry data at the state level to do these comparisons, you can see that natural resources and mining is the one industry that's experienced a significant decline in average weekly wages. And you can see other industries, particularly industries that are more likely to hire college educated workers, are posting more significant wage increases. So information and technology being kind of the leader out in front there, and financial activities. So again, at the national level, we can look at usual weekly earnings. This is showing full-time wage and salary workers, so teachers would be included in this. Individuals who are 25 and older, those who have a BA. Again, from this March 2020 to March 2021, we see kind of a more modest increase, so 1.5% in average weekly wages. So it looks to me like college educated workers are continuing to make gains. When you look at Wyoming, you may see some erosion in wages for natural resources and mining, but I don't think the pandemic as a whole is at a point where we would expect to see kind of a big decline in wages, for example, for college educated workers in Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Connolly.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard, we tend to like to compare apples to apples. And so I am kind of curious if you have the weekly wages for that year in Wyoming by those economic sectors. Because to me, that would give us kind of more of that information that would be valuable, because we don't compare teacher salaries to construction, for example. And so I am curious if you have the data for Wyoming.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, no, these data right now are still pretty preliminary. So I thought it would be useful for the committee to see kind of what we know about 2021 so far, but the occupational employment statistics data for May of 2021 has not been released yet. So I can't do that apples and apples comparison. The apples and apples comparison I can give you is up through May of 2020. And as soon as that data are released, you know, we can look at 2021, but I figured since the pandemic has changed things so much that there might be questions about, is 2022 old? So here's the best information I can give you for 2021 from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Stoddard, then would it be fair, the only conclusion that I could come from is that we see a very slight decrease in overall wages in Wyoming. When we look at the national data, we see that there's significant decreases in natural resources and mining wages, which we have a larger proportion of in Wyoming than anywhere else, so that we could make an assumption that that slight decrease in overall wages is related to the general decrease in natural resources and mining. And that therefore we would be seeing increases in wages in all of the other sectors, like you saw in the rest of the nation. Would that be fair?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, that's my conclusion. I mean, I can't, you know, pound on the table about that because again, the data isn't there. But when I look at that decline in weekly wages in Wyoming and the decline in natural resources and mining, I assume that that's what's driving the difference between Wyoming and these other states, that we're seeing this decline in Wyoming because of the high dependence on natural resources and mining. That said, many of those workers are not going to show up in the professional and technical occupations, so they're not necessarily going to be comparable to teachers. So certainly there are parts of the state maybe that are experiencing these average weekly wage declines. What I can't say is how have college educated workers in say other sectors in Wyoming fared. We don't know that yet. It looks like college education workers nationally are experiencing wage increases. Certainly we know that in some sectors there are really big wage increases. Yeah, we can't yet say, you know, I can't say definitively what this looks like, but I wanted to give you kind of the most up-to-date information I could on what the labor market looks like for Wyoming.
What I'm seeing in this data is something I think the committee had better be conscious of. It looks like our wages in our natural resources and mining area is going down, which suggests to me that the efforts to slow the production of fossil fuels, particularly oil, coal, and natural gas, are having some success, and that's going to impinge on our revenue ability to pay teachers and others. So that's a matter of some concern that we're seeing this. Maybe the price of those commodities is going up even faster. But that suggests to me that there is going to be quite a bit of uncertainty going forward as to what kind of a resource base we're going to have. So, Dr. Stoddard, that's taking your data and using it in a very different way.
Correct. And again, I would exercise some caution here, since I think the pandemic has caused a lot of upheaval in a number of different industries and sectors. So what that looks like moving forward, I think we'll all be watching. So Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll keep going then.
Okay.
So the second indicator, rather than just comparing kind of wage pressure within Wyoming by itself, is to look at what's happening to teaching wages in Wyoming in comparison to teaching wages in other states. So this data comes from the National Education Association survey. The latest data are always estimates that they revise somewhat. So exercise a little bit of caution there. But again, the trend here, clearly Wyoming's different than other states. All states have differences in kind of the attractiveness of the state in general, or the specific area, but the trend is going to tell us something about how is the attractiveness of teaching in Wyoming changing relative to other states. So again, the solid black line here is showing the actual teaching salaries in Wyoming. The blue dotted line is showing what average salaries are in the US as a whole. And you can see that actual salaries in Wyoming tracked kind of US salaries basically from the 2006 to the 2015 school years. And then you've seen this increasing divergence since then. The dotted line is showing you the model weighted average. And then the orange line there at the bottom is showing the average in adjacent states. This graph also includes North Dakota since it has a similar resource base. And so there you can see again that the model average really exceeded the adjacent state average for a number of years. That gap has now closed, so that the model average is now slightly below the average of adjacent states and North Dakota. So
Okay, now let me stop you. Model, which model?
sorry, all of the models in here are your statutory model. So these are all looking at the model that the legislature has
Okay,
made.
okay, go ahead.
All right, and so then this is just breaking it out for all of the different states. Again, kind of for interest here. So you can see here again, that top black line is the actual salaries in Wyoming. The dotted line is that statutory model. You can see that statutory model, again, kind of exceeding all other states up until about 2015, 16, and now eroding relative to other states. For the first time, since I've been doing this report, we now see other states' salaries exceeding and approaching the actual salaries in Wyoming. So Colorado has made significant gains in salaries. We also see, some of these other states like Utah, like Nebraska, that are making strong gains in salaries that are now getting closer to what actual salaries are in Wyoming. So that's a real difference. These last 2 years, I feel like have been different than the many other years that I've presented this report before.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, who's asking for?
this is Representative Larson.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Stoddard, I'm a little confused. In your last slide, you were showing actual and then the statutory model. And as I look at, and so you show Wyoming actual, and then you show the weighted model down there, and you said that is the statutory model and they converge. And then if you go on to the next slide, you're showing that black line as the statutory model, I thought you said, but you just referred to it as actual. And I just need the clarification, because as I read this slide, you don't show the actual, you're just showing the model.
No, I apologize, Mr. Chairman and Representative, if I misspoke there. That top black solid line is the actual. That's what districts are actually paying. And then the dotted black line, you can see it above the other states and then going in the middle, that's the statutory model.
Thank
So
you.
I apologize if I misspoke there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Brown.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard, I'm just kind of curious, when you look at Colorado and all these other states, you said that they've made these significant strides. Are these statutory models in these other states, or are these actuals in other states?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, so Wyoming is unusual for having a centralized system like this where you have a statutory model. So these other states do not have a statutory salary. So these are all actual salaries in other states. So if you're comparing actuals to actuals, you would be comparing that solid black line to where other states are. But as you're setting your model, it might be useful to think about setting it in comparison to what other states are paying.
Okay, so what the black line is showing then is that in general, we are still above the surrounding states, but they're catching up to us. And in fact, it looks like Colorado has caught up to us. Is that a
Mr.
correct
Chair-
reading of the
Yeah,
slide?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. So Colorado has caught up to you in actual salaries. If we go back to the ratio graph, Utah has caught up to you in terms of teacher salaries in comparison to other workers. So you're now at a point where, whichever way you want to look at it, other states are now in your ballpark.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks?
the question, Dr. Stoddard, is there any way to mine the data to see, getting back to the actual comparable salaries, just one of things that attracts people, days off, comp time, health insurance, retirement. Is there any way to mine the data to look at the comparables? Let's just say health insurance and retirement benefits for teachers among states. Is that data available?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I haven't been asked in the past to look for that. So we'd have to look at that. One thing I was asked to do last year and the recalibration was to look at days. So the report last year goes through and looks at, days across different states. Again, there's variation there. And Wyoming doesn't look, my recollection, I'd have to go back, look all that different from other states. But in terms of retirement benefits, there is some data I know that exists of samples of districts, and I'd have to look at individual states to see if there's something comprehensive that could be compared.
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I just suggest that's something that the Joint Education Committee, as we move forward over a period of time, may actually want to start taking a look at to get true comparables, is to look at those benefit packages in addition to just outright salaries.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be something we are going to have to do, particularly next time we do a recalibration. It strikes me for now, we're going to have to look at the data that she's given us and exercise a little of our own judgment as to what effect these other things have, because I don't think the data is going to be available in a timely fashion to do it on a database.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Stoddard.
No, Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Connolly.
Oh, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to respond to that because we have looked at that and addressed it a little bit on the Education Committee. And Senator Hicks, it's the reality, for example, that healthcare and a healthcare benefit package costs a whole lot more in Wyoming than it does in virtually any other state. And so while you might want to add it to salary in order to understand the so-called real kind of cost or the benefit that goes to an individual worker, the reality is that getting basic healthcare or a healthcare package in Wyoming is just at times 50% more in neighboring states. So we'd have to, of course, then question the fairness of adding that in and calling it a salary or an entire salary package, when in fact the value of it is far less than what you would be getting elsewhere. So just to say that we have begun and have had those conversations, but it's far more complicated than simply just adding in the cost of a healthcare package. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz here.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. And I would just like to add on Representative Connolly's, the same comparison is difficult with retirement benefits because they can vary widely as well. So once again, not necessarily comparable.
Yeah, and this discussion, I think, does point out that it's going to be very difficult to get good comparative data because particularly in healthcare, it is more expensive here in Wyoming for a number of reasons. And that makes your analysis a good deal more complicated as to what's comparable and what isn't. Okay, Dr. Stoddard, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. I think that's one reason why we don't do that on an annual basis, because it is a time-consuming and complicated question. So having looked at this, we kind of have a sense of, how attractive Wyoming might be relative to other states. Another way to kind of look at that is to look at where is Wyoming recruiting teachers from. And so so this table is looking at individuals who were hired over the last, 5 years. So newly hired teachers hired between 2016 and 2020 in the falls of those years. And just looking at new hires who had recently earned a bachelor's degree. So not looking at new hires that were recruited in kind of mid-career. So we're thinking of these, brandly minted teachers getting hired into Wyoming. Where did they get their training? So about half of them are being trained at the University of Wyoming. And that's a higher percentage than we've seen in the last, little while. So that's been creeping up. About 8% coming from Black Hills State University, 11% from Western Governors University. And again, these kind of top 4 programs, Black Hills State, Western Governors, Valley City State, and Chadron, have all increased their share in Wyoming over time, and pretty significantly.
Let me stop you. The Western Governors University, I've never heard of that. What is it?
So many of these universities have a pretty significant online component. So I know some parts of your state, that are more remote, further from a university. I know one practice has been, if you're training up your own kind of idea, so teachers' aides getting advanced training, becoming a teacher, universities like Western Governors University are serving them. Where you're seeing a decrease is in teachers coming from other kind of, more traditional 4-year institutions in other states. So you have about 2% coming from Brigham Young University, Idaho, from University of Northern Colorado, Utah State University. In the past, when I've presented this, I've often had the Montana universities on that list. They're no longer making that list, not recruiting as strongly from kind of traditional 4-year universities in other states.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a question as I look at this. One is, I wonder what, and obviously you won't know the answer to this probably, but I wonder what percentage of these degrees are from students from Wyoming, and has that been increasing or decreasing? And in other words, are we, and I think it would be a cost pressure thing. If we're only able to attract our own people, then it's a reflection of our inability to attract people from other states. So do we have any sense of where these people have come from?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, I don't know. Yeah, I just know where they got their degree. I think your conjecture, though, is right, that to the degree that you think you'd be attracting people from other states, you'd see more people coming from University of Montana, Montana State. You're not seeing that as much anymore. So instead, what you're seeing is more of these kind of universities that have a large online component. I know that it is the case that some Wyoming districts report using that to kind of grow your own. So my conjecture would be that most of these are kind of Wyoming residents that are getting degrees from these universities as opposed to attracting people in. And that's a change.
And of course, we've put a big emphasis on trying to retain Wyoming kids in Wyoming. That's been quite popular with the populace for good reason.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there, I think, are a whole host of, and these online programs have become more successful over this period as well. So yeah, I think there's many things going on, but certainly it does appear that relatively more of your teachers are coming from Wyoming, and whether you see that as a good or a bad thing is, I'll leave that to you, but just telling you what the university data show us.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard, on page 11 of your report, you talk about this and the recruitment and training and about where teachers are trained is one of our best measures, or only measures really, on quality. But then the sentence that I want to ask you about, it says there are particular concerns about the quality of teacher training at for-profit or online universities. And then so I guess my question is there been a trend, and are there a couple of them on your list here on slide 19 that are online for profit? And has that trend been increasing in recent years?
So Mr. Chairman, and let's see, sorry, I can't see
Harshman,
it. Yeah, Representative Harshman. So nationally, this concern has been raised about for-profit and online universities. Last year, in speaking, to a number of district superintendents, I think, I wouldn't want to speak for them, but there were perceptions that some of these universities were much stronger quality than others. So I haven't looked, that was based on their experience with their teachers. I would hesitate to call out one of these particular universities without having, done more digging in their, candidates in general. But I think that is a concern that has been raised nationally about what is the quality of the training. And again, I think some superintendents have perceived that some candidates coming from some of these universities are quite strong, and that others of these universities do a much weaker job in preparation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Who's that?
Senator Kinski.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Kinski.
So Dr. Stoddard, following up on Representative Harshman's question on page 11, the second paragraph, I'm a little bit confused because I thought in your presentation you said that the university intended as an imperfect measure of teaching effectiveness. And the first paragraph, you say that really, if you want a high quality teaching workforce, if you want to know if you've got that, you have to assess the teaching effectiveness and improving student outcomes. And previously you said that is the best indicator. Could you tell us a little bit more about which states are measuring effectiveness, and does that impact their recruitment? Are they able to demonstrate that they're recruiting quality teacher by teaching effectiveness?
So Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, let me make sure I'm understanding your question. So on the first part, are other states tracking connecting teachers to student outcomes? Yes, a number of states do that. By no means all of them. It's controversial. So certainly some states have tied teacher accountability more tightly to salaries or bonuses. In some states, that's been at the school level. But it's controversial. My sense from the research is it's not difficult to identify who are the teachers whose students see the biggest test score gains. But how we make policy on the basis of that is more difficult. So do we give teachers who are high quality bigger bonuses, and that's been controversial. So in the absence of that, the next best indicator is looking at the selectiveness of the university that a teacher attended. And so that's why I give you this information. It's also useful, I think, in relating to this question of how effectively is Wyoming recruiting teachers from other areas. And so, as you can see in that table there, the fraction that are coming from Wyoming has been falling over has kind of fall and risen, it's up at a high point right now. So you have more people from the University of Wyoming, more people from these other universities that are probably largely serving Wyoming residents. And so in that sense, it's telling you something about how attractive Wyoming is relative to other states. But in terms of, you know, connecting compensation to teacher quality and how that's worked out in other states, that's a pretty big can of worms.
Yes,
Follow on,
and
Mr. Chairman.
let me follow on that too. I think one of the things you got to watch out for is that if you just look at performance statistics, you may wind up measuring the selection of students that the teacher happens to be teaching. Do they come from a community where there's a lot of parental involvement? And what you're measuring is a contribution of the parents, not the contribution of the teachers. And that's where it gets very difficult. So, okay, with that, go ahead, Senator Kinski, you had a follow on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a follow-up, it's not in this report, but maybe it's in one of the other reports or some other publication. Could you give us a list of the states that do, in fact, assess effectiveness? And I'm not advocating tying effectiveness to pay. I'm just advocating, I'd just like to see what other states do to measure teacher effectiveness.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, I'd be happy to provide that list. I don't have it off the top of my head, but that's certainly something that I could tell you about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
go ahead, Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to remind the joint committee, we spent about 5 years working on our Wyoming Accountability and Education Act, and had a select committee that spent, I think, 4 of those 5 years in this topic space. And the legislature ended up decisively choosing not to try to link performance to individual teachers because of the challenges that Chairman Scott just discussed with you don't always get what you want. The experts that we brought in that spent their career working on accountability systems advised us not to make that tie because of the poor outcomes that were actually seen in other states. Now, I'd be interested to see if anything has happened in the last 5 years that would go against that, but you end up having unintended consequences and going the wrong direction when you have those direct links. You have, as Chairman Scott noted, a selection process where you just compete for the best students. You don't target growth. You don't put your best teachers on the most challenging students because those teachers end up not wanting to work with the most challenging students because they can't see the growth and they can't see the achievement. So this is a road we've been down, and we spent a lot of time down this road. And I think that we could probably have staff as well dump a deluge of information on all of the members that are interested in seeing the reports and studies that we saw during the Accountability and Education Act work for those 5 years. And staff, maybe we can start circulating some of those documents for those that weren't a participant in that process. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Who's that?
Representative Stiff.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, for Dr. Stoddard, following up on Senator Kinski's questions, does the Wyoming Department of Education or the local school districts already possess all of the data they would need to make an evaluation of tying the performance of individual teachers to academic outcomes? Or would you have to gather additional data?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, to my knowledge, Wyoming does not have a system that connects individual teachers to individual students in their data system. You could ask the Department of Wyoming if there's more information in the background. I mean, typically those are complicated systems to set up, and so certainly, to my knowledge, there's not that direct linkage.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
If I may, would it be possible to set up such a system that through data processing, data analysis, and regression analysis was able to filter out the effects that were not attributable to the teacher, such as Senator Scott and Senator Rothfuss mentioned?
So Mr. Chairman and Representative, the cleanest systems that try to do that are ones that look at, what they call value added scores. So you're looking at a student, how they performed on the exams at the end of their third grade year, looking at how they perform in Mrs. Jones' class in fourth grade as compared to Mrs. Smith's class in fourth grade. So presumably their scores in third grade capture all of those parental influences, family income, all of these other kind of influences. And so the idea is that the growth between third grade and fourth grade that looks different across these different classroom teachers, that's attributable to teacher performance. That's the easiest to do when you're talking about elementary school, and in part, middle school gets more complicated. In high school, you have, students being taught by multiple teachers. It can be more difficult in some subjects than others. Senator Rothfuss's point, I think, still stands, that I think the growth scores are a pretty good way to capture the quality of the teacher. But once you start tying incentives to that, whether kind of the teachers that are doing really well then advocate for, getting certain classrooms or whatever, it starts getting more complicated. But yeah, the best, albeit still imperfect way would be to look at those value added scores.
Mr. Chairman.
And I would add that it is very difficult, even using the growth scores, to get a decent correlation. And it's inherent in the nature of a governmental function. You don't have that good a measure of performance. You just don't. And it's one of the reasons that in the economy in general, the private enterprise system, where you have a profit measure, does succeed better than our systems for managing government. And it has to do with the ability to measure individual performance. It's a fundamental problem. Okay, I heard somebody else request.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, just a quick, Dr. Stoddard, when you send us that follow-up information, could you also give us information about value-added teaching effectiveness systems? That would be something that's good to have. And then just one other, if you know, I've been impressed in reading about teaching effectiveness, and particularly professional learning teams where they're trying to make the least effective teachers more effective. And I'm not talking about tying money to performance. I'm against that. But what I read is the variation in teaching effectiveness within a school is 70%. So you want the least effective teachers paired up with the most effective so they can increase their performance. While effectiveness measures may not be able to help you parse out which of your best teachers are first, second, and third, are they helpful in identifying the teachers most in need of assistance become more effectiveness? In other words, are they a good downside measure? If that makes sense.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, let me just make sure I understand your question. Are those teacher effectiveness measures, do they help us identify which are the weakest teachers? Is that your question?
Correct. Those that most need the help.
Yes. I would say they certainly can identify weaker teachers. I think there are also some states that have experimented with sort of portfolio systems. So looking at value-added scores is one component of measuring teacher effectiveness, looking at principal ratings and other kinds of components. Again, once you start tying money to that, sometimes, then it gets, then the principal has incentives for how they, evaluate teachers and all of that. But certainly I think value-added scores are one component. The other thing that we know from the literature is that teachers with less than 3 years experience tend to see significant gains, as they gain more experience. Once you're past 3 years of experience, then kind of things level out. So I would add new teachers to that list of teachers who have an opportunity to kind of significantly gain in their effectiveness.
Okay, at this point, let me say that we are starting to stray from the mission of this meeting, which is to decide on an external cost adjustment. we're getting into some issues that are fundamental to how do we manage a school system and very important. But let's get back on track on how do we determine the external cost adjustment. So with that said, Dr. Stoddard, can you proceed with your presentation?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz.
Okay, Representative Schwartz, we need to get back on schedule now.
I am trying to get back to where we were talking about where the teachers come from, and this next slide about the decline in teaching graduates at the university. And if we look at the relationship, we have more reliance on in-state, a decreasing number of teacher graduates. A future slide mentions that the new higher rate is stable. My question is, do we collect data on number of applicants per job? Because I'm concerned that these all point to a problem in the future in hiring teachers.
Okay, let's let
Co-Chair.
Dr. Stoddard proceed and see if she will answer that question in the process, okay?
Mr. Co-Chair, before we move on, could I make one quick comment, please?
Okay, Mr. Co-Chairman.
I think we're leaving out an essential component in this whole thing, and that is the school principal who actually does the evaluation of these teachers. And certainly there's a huge responsibility on principals to identify those teachers that are in need of assistance and to provide that kind of assistance, and in some cases to out-counsel that teacher when there's no hope for them to be successful. So just wanted to inject that, make sure we understand the principal is a key component in this whole process.
Okay, committee, you've heard the voice of experience, and I think you need to pay some attention to it. So thank you very much, Representative Paxton. Dr. Stoddard will continue.
All right, so Mr. Chairman and committee members, this next slide is then focusing in on the University of Wyoming, where we have information here about the number of bachelor's degrees that are being awarded in education. Looking at that in kind of absolute numbers, you can see the decline there since 2013. So a pretty significant decline. 2013 was kind of a high water mark. So 180 though still represents the lowest number of education bachelor's degrees awarded since I've started doing these surveys. So both low in absolute numbers, and then also that's not from a decline in the number of students at the University of Wyoming, so where you've actually had an increase. So a decline in the percentage of students who are majoring in education. It doesn't appear to be related to kind of changes in the average ACT score, the incoming ACT score of education graduates. So that's been pretty stable, but kind of a decline in numbers there. So this is just showing you that in a graphical form, that the number of bachelor's teaching degrees has declined. And also of concern is that the number of teaching majors has declined. And so you can see that pretty sharp decrease that was associated then with later graduates. So looking at this graph, we'd project that in the future, we're going to continue to see a decline in bachelor's degrees awarded based on the number of majors right now.
Now, committee, we know the university has made a major emphasis on improving teacher education, improving things at the University of Wyoming. So is this decline something that is unique to University of Wyoming, or is it across the whole teaching profession where we have to say there's something that's making teaching less attractive as a career? Dr. Stoddard, what do we know about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and committee members, absolutely, we've seen this decline in a number of other places. So, so this is a concern nationally, and I think is in part related to the sort of strong opportunities outside of teaching in terms of other professions. Particularly in the past, where teaching was something that was really attractive to women in particular, who still make up about 70% of the teaching workforce. You know, as opportunities have changed, there's just been more pressure, I think, on the teaching sector.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Okay,
Mr. Co-Chair Paxton.
yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
You know, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we have been working on with the University of Wyoming is one of the things that we have seen, areas we have seen in declining area of preparing teachers. They've dropped the CTE teacher program, preparation program, and we've been working with the University of Wyoming and the community colleges to reestablish that. So we're trying to reverse some of that problem that we've had. It's hard to, you can't hire a teacher out of Wyoming, out of the University of Wyoming with a degree in building trades, for example. But we're working on that problem. That's part of the issue.
Okay, and that does enter into it. So thank you. Dr. Stoddard, proceed.
All right, so next are a set of indicators just looking at whether or not there would be pressure coming from enrollment changes or from retirement changes. So here I'm looking at Wyoming Department of Education student enrollment numbers, and then also projections that come from the National Center of Education Statistics. Basically, there's not a lot of pressure coming from rising student enrollment. So I don't anticipate you having to, you know, hire a big new crop of teachers due to increased student enrollment. You had actually a pretty significant decline in student enrollment in the last year. National Center for Education Statistics looks at kind of ages of students and also ages of kids that are of preschool age and kind of ages them forward. So based on that, again, not projecting enrollment increases, you know, likely just remaining very stable over time. Similarly, was there a question?
Yes, does that figure that we actually get in terms of new students, does that vary over time with the price of oil and gas?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, I don't know.
I do think sometimes we get booms of younger workers coming in when we're having a mineral boom, particularly if the drilling increases. Right now, we may have prices without the drilling increase.
All right, with your permission, I'll proceed, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Then we'll be looking at retirements here. So again, another source of pressure might be if you had a whole lot of people retiring and needing to refill those positions. Mostly though, you know, kind of the baby boom has passed through. And so the percentage that's likely to retire is projected to remain relatively constant. So this is looking again at teachers right now and aging them forward. So the predicted number of teachers 60 and older has remained relatively stable, slightly declining over the last several years. So now that we have kind of a sense of what conditions look like on the ground in terms of wages relative to other professions, wages relative to other states. Now I'll turn to these indicators that are kind of looking at what's happening in terms of recruitment and retention. So the percentage of new hires is obviously a combination of kind of all of these things. So new positions, teacher retirements, and then teacher exits. And what we've seen, you know, it always bounces around a little bit, but has stayed pretty close to 10% over kind of a long stretch. So the percentage of new hires has been relatively stable. You can see since 2017, you know, kind of an increase, although that came off of a decrease before and has been pretty stable the last 3 years. Then looking at retention, so now looking at teachers who leave. So two different measures that we'll look at. We'll look at retention overall, but then again, as I mentioned before, the number of new teachers who have less than 3 years experience tend to be less effective, you know, in their first few years on the job. And so looking at that turnover rate of new teachers tells us something about the churn. I think there was a question earlier about number of applicants for these jobs. There were a couple of years, and maybe 5 years or so ago, where there was an attempt to collect that information on applicants. It turned out districts were reporting that really differently. So whether they were reporting it for all of their elementary school positions, for example, or per position. So a systematic effort to do that hasn't really been undertaken. So I don't have information on numbers of applicants, but just on these exit rates. So overall, exit rates have been pretty stable over the last 4 years. So if you look at the solid blue line, that's showing you the overall exit rate for all teachers. And you can see that that's pretty close to about 10%. The top dotted line is showing you exit rates for teachers kind of retirement age. So exit rates for teachers 60 and older. Like I said, the line that I in particular kind of focus on is that red line with the triangles. So that's the exit rate for these younger teachers. You can see, over this whole series, if we go back to, 2008, that there's been this kind of drift upward from 10% to 15%. But if we look kind of at the last 5 years, it's really been pretty flat. So exit rates for new teachers, not changing very much. And then the very lowest exit rate you can see is this exit rate for kind of experienced teachers. So that green line on the bottom with the X's is showing you the exit rate for teachers who have somewhere between 4 and 20 years experience. Again, just like the new teachers, there's been this drift up kind of since 2009. But roughly about 5% of these experienced teachers who are exiting in any given year. So to summarize then what we've seen, Wyoming teacher salaries, the actual salaries, have shown little growth since 2012. As a result, those teaching wages have fallen behind salaries of comparable occupations in Wyoming, so that the ratio has fallen from 96% to 85%. That ratio is still competitive with other states. So the ratio in the US and in surrounding states on average is 75%. I had an email question from a committee member prior to starting here who was asking a little bit about adjusting for weeks of work, hours of work. If you take the ratio of weeks of work that teachers report or that are required in Wyoming to weeks of work based on other compensation surveys, most other workers also get some time off. So that ratio puts it at about 76% in terms of weeks of work. So it's not surprising that the ratio in the US and surrounding states is around that figure. I would say that determining the effect of the pandemic related to labor market changes is still preliminary. So I wouldn't want to, make strong statements, but just based on sort of the existing information that we have, Wyoming's overall wages on average have declined, but other neighboring states have posted wage increases. This is now looking at non-teachers, so wage increases. Part of that is probably due to, as we noted, the decline in wages in the natural resources industry. College educated workers nationally are seeing wage increases. So I would expect that in Wyoming, you would also see increases outside of the oil and gas industry, and particularly for college educated workers. So actual average teaching wages in Wyoming are still above, 10% above the average in neighboring states and North Dakota. The premium has fallen significantly. So the difference between Wyoming and the average across neighboring states was a high of 26%. It's now about 10%. As we mentioned, Utah, Nebraska, I should have put Colorado on there, also have average wages that are now very close to those in Wyoming, whether we're looking at that in the ratio form or looking at it as the actual salary. Other states in the region are still lower, although, as we mentioned, salaries in the model are now very close to many states in the region. So Wyoming salaries, teaching salaries, have grown at less than 1% per year, but we've seen average teaching salaries in other states increasing at about 1 to 2% per year. And that's why other states have caught up or beginning to catch up, depending on which state you're looking at. So as we mentioned, the model salary now for the first time is below the actual average salary in adjacent states. Again, that's comparing a model to an actual. Other states don't have a model salary, so I can't compare model to model, but it tells you something about where the model salary is sitting. Between 10 and 11% of teachers are new hires. The fraction of new hires coming from out of state has trended down gradually. About 50% of newly hired Wyoming teachers coming from outside of Wyoming. I went back to kind of previous analysis. The high that I could identify was about 67% coming from outside of Wyoming. So definitely fewer teachers being recruited from outside the state. At the same time, as has been noted, the number and fraction of bachelor's degrees in education at the University of Wyoming has been trending downward. The programs that teachers are coming from is pretty similar to those in the very past couple of years. This is kind of the stable proportion coming from schools with the large online programs, which is different than it was, say, 10 years ago. In terms of demographics, not much pressure coming from demographics. So most of the pressure is really coming from rising salaries in other states and rising salaries outside of teaching. In terms of retention, we aren't really seeing big changes in once a teacher has become a teacher, they're just as likely to stay. Exit rates, like we said, drifting up gradually since 2008-9. But not much change in the last 2 or 3 years. Mid-career teachers, again, not showing much change in those exit rates. So that concludes my prepared remarks. I'd be happy to take other questions if there are other questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dr. Taylor, thank you for that presentation.
Dr. Stein.
My question is on non-professional staff. So we talked about teacher salary, but we really didn't talk much about non-professional. And when I look at the indices, which is a gauge of the inflationary pressure on those types of salaries, it looks like the non-professional staff actually has a higher indice than professional staff. And so what are you seeing in the non-professional world?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I wasn't asked to do the non-teacher analysis this year. I think maybe because the recalibration year was so close. So I haven't actually looked at any of that data.
Thank you.
And I think was a general practice because you get into more complications and we aren't doing a full recalibration at this point. So we'll have to make do as best we can on that one. Any further questions?
Senator Scott, it's Affy Ellis.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard, I am curious to know if you've done like a correlation of how impacts on a spouse's ability might affect recruitment, because if we look at some of those areas that not have only become more competitive with their teacher salaries, they've got different economic factors, more opportunity for jobs. And, Wyoming, I know that's something we struggle with, but I'm just curious to know if you've looked at that and what kind of correlations can be drawn there.
Mr. Chair and Senator Ellis, I think Dr. Taylor looks at a regional cost index. So looking across different parts of the state and how wages of non-teachers compare across different parts of the state. That's not part of my analysis, but I believe that maybe you have some information on that. Maybe LSO can speak to that.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is potentially a problem in Wyoming. I know in the healthcare area, our recruiting has been impeded by the fact that our small population, we're often, you try to recruit a professional, you've got to recruit the professional spouse as well. So the job opportunities in their particular area may be as key to your recruiting as what you're doing in the area you're actually recruiting for. So that is a problem that comes from our small state. Any other questions for Dr. Stoddard? Seeing none, let's take at this point a 10-minute break. Come back at 5 minutes to 11, and we'll proceed with the rest of the presentations that are on the agenda.
Chairman Scott, did you get your calves shipped?
Yes, we shipped them last week because we thought we might get a storm this week and couldn't get at them up in the high country where they are. Our high country doesn't have the world's best roads in wet weather. So we shipped them last week and are happy we did, and they did pretty well. We take them to the auction market at Torrington.
Good deal. Were the weights a little light, reflective of the year?
A little more reflective of the fact that we normally ship later in the year and we didn't have the grass to do that.
Gotcha.
Down here at the home ranch, we were more affected by the drought, and we like to wean them, and we couldn't. We shipped them right off the cows. But the 550-pound steers went for 192, I think. So I can't complain.
No, that's pretty good.
But I'm glad to have them shipped given the forecast for tomorrow. Gets a little scary, as you know, when most of your paycheck comes in one sale, a few minutes in the sales ring. LSO, do we have a quorum yet?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, we ought to go ahead. It's 5 minutes to 11. We ought to go ahead and get started again. As I see in the agenda, next up is Trent Carroll, Chief Operations Officer, Wyoming Department of Education, and then Leslie Zimmerscheid, School Foundation Program Supervisor, Wyoming Department of Education. So, Wyoming Department, you're on, and let's proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Good morning, members of the committees. My name is Trent Carroll, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer here at the Wyoming Department of Education. And with me today is Leslie Zimmerscheid, and Leslie is the School Foundation Program Supervisor. Mr. Chairman, we are here today to present the annual review of the educational resources in Wyoming. We call this review the CREW report, and it is something that has been provided to the legislature since 2009. And Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Wilmarth mentioned earlier in his opening comments, this report is a comparative analysis of model-generated resources in prior years and the allocation of those resources at the local level. The information that you will see in our presentation today was provided by Wyoming school districts, and it represents the most current education data that we have available. We are still working through data validation for some of the data from the 2020-2021 school year, so the previous school year, and we expect to complete that work by the end of November.
And let me interrupt you at this point to say that I think your work has been quite valuable in this area. I know I've tried to use it with moderate success, and some of the other members of the Senate I know have used it and produced some very interesting analyses of what's going on. So be assured your work is valuable and being used.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Thank you. So that's my brief introduction, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will turn over the presentation to Leslie. She will walk us through the slides one by one. Please feel free to jump in with any questions as we move through this.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can you see the screen?
Yes, it's showing.
Great, thank you. As Mr. Carroll mentioned, my name is Leslie Zimmerscheid, and I'm the School Foundation Program Supervisor here at WDE. And to reiterate, this is a report that we do every year, and the 2021 data will be posted on the WDE website by the end of November. Right now, what we present is preliminary, but we will have the final data in the next month or so. Our presentation today is going to cover content on average daily membership, which we call ADM, student demographics, staffing, salaries, class sizes, and then we will end with an expenditure analysis. This report has data at the state level, but if you'd like district and school level information, that will also be available on our website in November. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin with the ADM. As you can see, the trend was increasing after 2011, but in the most recent year, actual ADM dropped. That's the orange line. The model ADM is in yellow. As you know, the model ADM is based on a 3-year rolling average if the school district has declined from the prior year. And if the school district is increasing in ADM, then we use just the prior year. So the blue line on the chart is if everyone were using the 3-year average. The model ADM is yellow, and the actual ADM is orange. The number of schools in the state this year is 343, which is a slight decrease from the prior year. The number of schools has remained fairly consistent with just a small decrease lately. On to page 7, the statewide student demographic slide. It shows English learners in orange, special education students in blue, and free and reduced lunch eligible students in yellow. And it's shown as a percentage of the total enrollment. My next slide shows the number of Wyoming K-12 students served under the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA, as a percent of the total enrollment. And we have listed the national ratio of students served under IDEA for comparison. And I just want to point out that the national rate includes students ages 3 to 21, while Wyoming's numbers only include K-12 students. We don't have any national data for fiscal 21, but the Wyoming number has stayed constant at 14.3%.
Now, to be served under the IDEA, a student has to be, what, 2 standard deviations below the norm on some characteristic, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we count the number of students who are active on an IEP.
Okay, what's it take to be active on an IEP, to have an IEP?
Mr. Chairman, this is Trent Carroll. And neither one of us are experts on that piece, but I can tell you that there are certain disabilities that are eligible. There's a process that school districts work through to evaluate students who may be eligible for an IEP. And we can provide back more specific information, Chairman Scott, if necessary, regarding specific disabilities. I'm not familiar with the 2 standard deviation that you referenced.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Larson.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Trent or Leslie, but is it not important to consider that the IEPs may just, it's not for their total educational program in all cases. It could be for something as for speech therapy for one portion of the day, and wouldn't include their whole curriculum being impacted where others will. And so this number here appears to me to be all inclusive, but contains a lot of variances within that program. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that is correct.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
I think, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think the real takeaway for me on this chart is you just look at the history of the percentages, basically remained unchanged and basically mirror the national percentages. And I know we've had a lot of debates over the years on this 100% reimbursement piece and, if we're oversubscribing or that, but it's basically remained unchanged throughout all this time. So would that be fair to say, Trent?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, that is correct. It has been steady over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
So the funding model allocates additional resources to school districts for at-risk students. An at-risk proxy is determined by the unduplicated count of students designated as English learners, free and reduced lunch eligible students, and mobile in grades 6 through 12. And mobile is a student who moves either between districts or between schools within the same district between the October enrollment snapshot and the March enrollment snapshot. So the at-risk proxy funds additional resources for certified tutors, EL teachers, pupil support, and summer school and extended day programs. And you'll see our at-risk count has dropped a little bit over the last few years.
Okay,
If there's no more questions on that, I'd like to move on to the staffing analysis. The purpose of this section is to provide the committee with actual staffing patterns compared to the model. And the WD has worked closely with our stakeholders to refine and improve our data collections in this area. And so I'd just like to give them a shout out and thank them for their help with this. Our first slide shows teachers. The model funded 6,860.8 FTE for teachers, while districts employed 6,142.6 FTE. Districts hired 718.3 fewer teachers than the model provided last year. And if you're looking at the chart, the model FTE is yellow and the actual FTE is the orange. So now let's look at librarians. The model provided 278.2 FTE, while districts employed 76.9 FTE, or about 201 fewer librarians than the model provided. And these are certified positions. My next slide has library media staff, and these are classified positions. The model funded 142.1 FTE, while districts employed 344.6 FTE, or a little more than 202 more FTE than the model provided.
what's going on here is this media staff people to help people with the high-tech stuff that's available now?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. This includes network and computer support positions.
Okay, go ahead.
My next slide is pupil support. The model provided 554.5 FTE, while districts employed 492.6 FTE, or about 61.9 fewer than the model provided. So these positions include non-SPED, at-risk case managers, audiologists, counselors, community support, physical therapists, occupational therapists, school nurses, physical therapists, speech pathologists, school psychologists, and social workers.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just this one, as I was looking through the stuff, kind of concerned me. And I was wondering if we had an idea what was causing this. We started in 2011, 2012, a difference of only 28.5. And now we've gone to 61.9. I don't know if that's a function of drop in how does it drop in ADM? Has there been a drop in ADM that's actually shows less? I don't know. Of course, that would be between the model and the actual, so that's really not it. Anyway, it's concerning to me, and I was wondering if you had any anecdotal information or had discussed with districts why they are supporting less of these positions.
Mr. Chairman, this is Co-Chairman Paxton.
Okay, Chairman Paxton, go ahead.
Just from my experience, it's getting more and more difficult to hire people, to find people in these particular areas. I know, just for example, you think about a school nurse in our district. We have 2 to serve the entire district, and that's really underserved. But when you look at a lot of those other positions, occupational therapists, physical therapists, audiologists, and counselors, all of those positions are hard to find, and I'm guessing that that's part of the problem.
Plumbing Department, do you want to comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the reasons for this. I would defer to other experts.
Chairman, Representative Harshman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Summers asked, and just an anecdote, what she asked, that like the audiologist here in Casper, the 2nd largest school district in the state, when he retired, they couldn't find anybody. And the audiologists are all in the private sector prescribing hearing aids to all of us and making way bigger money. And so we contract for those services now as a school district. We don't have a audiologist on staff. So that's, I think, part of what Representative Paxton, as co-chairman, is getting tougher on some of these jobs.
Yeah, these are health related jobs, and there are shortages nationally in a number of these areas. Okay, WD, go ahead.
Yes. So on page 15, this is an analysis of aides. The model provided 64.2 FTE, while districts employed just over 800 FTE, or about 158.2 more FTE than the model provided. And these are classified positions.
And that does seem to vary quite a bit from one year to the next.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Page 16, school administrators. The model provided 424.2 FTE, while districts employed 385.6 FTE, or about 39 fewer FTE than the model. So these positions are assistant principals, boot camp drill instructors, charter school business managers, dean of students, daycare coordinators, head teachers, and principals.
Okay, so this is a good deal more than just administration, because your principals are key online managers. Am I misreading this?
Mr. Chairman, these are building administrators of all types.
Okay.
My next slide is school secretarial and clerical. The model provided 706.8 FTE, while districts employed 557 FTE, or about 150 fewer FTE than the model provided. And these are classified positions.
Okay.
My next slide is certified tutors. The model provided 375.4 FTE and districts employed 161.3 FTE, or 214.1 fewer FTE than the model provided. Next, on page 19, we have instructional facilitators. So during the 2020-21 model school year. The model funded 134.9 FTE and districts employed 91.6 FTE, or 43.4 fewer FTE than the model. And these are all certified positions as well.
Okay.
Page 20, central office administrators. The model funded 282.4 FTE and districts employed 303.4 FTE, or 21 more FTE than the model provided. These are all professional positions, and they include things like assessment coordinator, athletic director, after-school coordinator, business manager, business office staff, curriculum coordinators, grants management, or federal programs directors, virtual ed coordinators, EL or Title III coordinators, operations and maintenance directors, HR directors, HR staff, security, school resource officers, the superintendent, and assistant superintendents.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question on that.
Go ahead.
Leslie, on that, you mentioned school resource officers. I'm drawing a blank here, so I'm trying to remember. I didn't think that we allocated for SROs in the model. Did we add those back in a few years ago, or you just mentioned that they're included in this. I didn't think we actually included them in the model.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, they're not resourced in the model, but this is where we include them for the analysis.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, what are they?
Mr. Chairman, school resource officers are school security staff that are employed by the school district. We do not include contracted staff with local law enforcement.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, page 21, these are the central office clerical positions. These are classified positions. The model funded 321.4 FTE and districts employed 331.4 FTE, or 10 more than the model. These positions would include business office personnel, support staff for the Board of Trustees, classified personnel, HR office staff, and central office secretary and clerical. Next is operations and maintenance. The model funded 1,542.4 FTE and districts employed 1,238.8 or 1,238.5 FTE, or 303.8 fewer than the model provide. These positions are like facilities coordinators, head groundskeepers, custodians, and operations and maintenance staff. There's no questions on the staffing patterns. I'd like to move on to the salaries.
Okay, let me hold you on the staffing patterns just a minute. It looks to me like you have a systematic, we're employing less people than the model calls for, except when it comes to some of the administrative positions. What's your thoughts on that pattern? Are we about to say that the salaries are causing us to do that, or what's going on here?
Chairman Scott, this is Trent Carroll. I don't know that we can really speak to why that's occurring. Remember that these resources are provided in the form of a block grant. And so school districts decide how to use the funds and how to allocate those resources, and would be best positioned to speak to the reasons why.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we'll begin with the teachers. The average teacher salary in 2020-21 was $60,235, while the funding model weighted average salary was $54,503, or $5,732 more than the model. On the chart, the yellow line is the model weighted average salary, and the orange line is the average regular salary. Next are principals. The average salary was $100,561, while the funding model weighted average salary was $88,154, or $12,407 more than the model. Next are the assistant principals. The average salary was $91,249, while the funding model weighted average salary was $75,953, or $15,297 more than the model. Moving on to superintendents. The average salary was $141,538, while the funding model weighted average salary was $116,016, or $25,343 more than the model.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, who's?
this is Representative Stiff.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question on the superintendent salaries, the average regular salary being reported at $141,358. Does the Wyoming Department of Education include in that the value of the fringe benefits that the superintendents get, or does the Wyoming Department of Education just rely upon what the district report? And by that, I mean, for example, I'm looking at one contract here where the superintendent salary is $155,000, but then the school district buys that superintendent an annuity in the amount of $15,500 each year on top of it, and then gives the superintendent a free car. Vehicle allowances are also common. There's, depending upon the contract, there's 10, 15, 20, sometimes $30,000 of extra compensation that's not in the base salary. And so my question is, does this 141 include those extras?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stiff, this number does not include that. This number is just their base salary plus the required taxes, FICA, Social Security, et cetera.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's?
Senator Perkins.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just before you leave that point on these salaries, I was just wondering, and these are average salaries. Is there a mean, or is there other information that you can share with us about outliers? Are these particularly skewed because of any outliers? Or is the average relatively? Is there how different? How wide is the compensation band between, for example, superintendents, since that's what we're talking about?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that, but I could provide that to you later today.
Okay. While you're looking at it, is how close to the average is the median?
Yes, sir. We'll get that for you this afternoon.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
And I have a question for, well, anybody that can take it, but it seems to be that in our model, we provide for 3 different levels, I think, maybe of superintendent salaries. At least that's what I had in my head. So Matt or WDE maybe could answer that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, there is a single salary for a superintendent, a single salary for a assistant superintendent, and then a single salary for a business manager. And then for any position greater than the 3rd FTE, so those are additional, what we consider assistant superintendent positions, is the average of 2 assistant superintendent salaries and a business manager salary. And so those are those other district positions above kind of the base level of a superintendent, business manager, and assistant superintendent.
Let me follow up on that by asking, is there any relationship between the salaries paid to these superintendents and the size of the district?
Mr. Chairman, yes, under the statutory model, there are a series of 3 adjustments for these positions. It's based on the size of the district, the experience of those staff members within the district and the state, and then their education level. There is a further adjustment based on the regional cost adjustment as well, so the location of the district as well.
So that's the model. Does the practice reflect the model, or is it significantly different?
Mr. Chairman, in the detailed report on the department's website, we have this available on a district by district level, so we can certainly extract that and show the difference by district. I don't know off the top of my head what the variation that like Senator Perkins was referencing.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I'll move on to page 28, which is the business managers. The average salary was $99,871, while the funding model weighted average salary was $79,176, or $20,695 more than the model.
Okay, go ahead.
Page 29 is the analysis of secretary and clerical. The average salary was $37,675, while the funding model weighted average salary was $33,094, or $4,581 more than the model. Now, this analysis on this slide includes all of the district and school secretarial and clerical assignments together.
Okay.
Next, we have library media staff. The average salary was $53,558, while the funding model weighted average salary was $49,912, or $3,646 more than the model. And the last salary slide includes information about aides. The average salary was $24,813, while the funding model weighted average salary was $20,322, or $4,491 more than the model. And so this category includes both instructional and non-instructional aides, sometimes called paraprofessional positions or teaching assistant positions.
Now, do these slides in terms of the numbers and the salaries, do they correspond to each other?
For the aide positions, Mr. Chairman?
For all the positions you've gone through?
So the spots where it was different includes the secretary clerical, where we had combined those. That's a little bit different between the staffing analysis and the salary analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I look at this, I'm maybe there's a way to summarize it, but it looks like the biggest differences in your difference columns and percentage wise really are paid to business managers, administration, central office administration, superintendents, and assistant principals. They're all like 20% more in the model. And then the lowest difference, the smallest difference is library media techs at 7 and teachers at 10. That's how I see that. Is there any other outlier kind of in that, or? And I guess, has that been kind of the case, I guess, looking at it, it looks like the last few years, it's been kind of steady like that. Huh. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have a question, just kind of an observation. Thank you.
Well, I think it may be an important observation, and I think we need to look into some of that. So, but probably not relevant to today's decision. So, okay, WDE, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to continue with the class sizes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do have a question on the last set of slides. As we look at non-professional, this is our task as an ECA today. And so the professional, that's teachers, superintendents. And then I think as non-professional, I would assume that would be like aides. But there's a lot of other too, like custodial. So are we paying less than the model or more than the model for like custodial staff or other kind of non-professional? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, I think we'll have to look into that for the custodial staff specifically. On the slide that we presented for the aides, that's one of those categories. The difference there was 22% more for the average regular salary than the model weighted average salary.
But Mr. Chairman, that's my question. I mean, that's one non-professional, and obviously they're paying a lot more than the model salary. So what are those other non-professional type? And how do they, what does that look like in these things? So if you have any of that information, I'd appreciate it. If not, that's fine. I could go back to the last crew report, but I'm not slick enough on my computer to do that in a hurry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Summers, we will look into that and include it with our response to the other questions that have come up so far.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it a fair assessment based off of the information that you guys have provided to us? Is it a fair assessment to say it looks as if the school districts are hiring less individuals for higher amounts of money across the board? And therefore, well, I'll stop with that question. Is that a fair assessment?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, that is a fair assessment based on the data that we've presented today. Yes.
And it does vary by category, does it not?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. It does vary by category.
Okay, anything else? Okay, WD, go ahead with your class size analysis.
Okay. The model resources a 16:1 student-teacher ratio for elementary grades. And the class size calculations contained within the crew are trying to reflect that based on our model categories. So this slide here on page 33 shows a look at historical class sizes based on the type of school. Since Wyoming Statute 21-13-301A4 was repealed in 2017, districts are no longer required to ask for a waiver for not meeting an average student-teacher ratio of 16:1 for the K-3 grades.
So these figures are model figures or actual what they're doing?
These, Mr. Chairman, these are actual.
So you're showing in elementary school that an actual class size of 16.95?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, and that's significantly different than what you were showing for 2019, 2020.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm hearing several. Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just kind of curious on that same note, and Leslie, you may be able to deduce this from the data, but is that specifically tied to with 2020, 2021 virtual? I mean, how did you guys calculate that those figures associated with the 2021 school year with virtual kids versus non-virtual for the time frame that we were open.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, so these numbers include all of the public schools in Wyoming, which include the statewide virtual programs. And this is based on the October 1st enrollment snapshot. So this is not ADM, this is based on the October 1st enrollment. So it does include the statewide virtual programs, but it does not include homeschool students or private school students or students who are participating in other online learning that are not tied to our statewide virtual.
Mr. Chairman?
This is Representative Schwartz.
Okay, we'll go to Representative Schwartz and then Senator Office.
So I'm just curious when we'll get the data for 21-22 to see if this elementary school number of 1695 is an anomaly or part of a trend.
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, those numbers are usually available at the end of December.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Office, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if anyone noticed at the beginning, the first slide indicated that there was a significant increase in the number of teachers that were hired for 2021 school year. So it's reasonable that with a slight decline in number of students, that when you add another 100 teachers or so, you end up with lower class sizes. That should be expected. The question I have, I guess, is the resources that were used. How much of this were based on CARES Act funding? And I think that'll be something that will be interesting to explore going forward. But I don't know if Ms. Zimmerscheid has that information or how we can get to that.
WD.
So, Mr. Chairman, the numbers that I'm showing right now are state-funded positions out of the general fund. And so if you'd like an analysis to include federal funded positions, we could do that.
So these do not include federal funded positions. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Office.
I think it would be good, very good to know that. I expected these classroom sizes, while the positions above I thought would be our state-funded revenue. I assume these classroom sizes were kind of an all-in classroom size. So if we could get information about hiring of teachers and how those CARES Act funds affected these classroom sizes, I think that would be useful to see. Thank you.
So Senator Office, you're thinking that these class sizes include the effect of teachers hired with federal funds?
Mr. Chairman, that was my original assumption, but based on the testimony of WDE, that's apparently not the case. So I don't know how districts ended up using the resources that were distributed through the original CARES Act, which were not as significant, certainly as what are in the ARP Act, but still may have led to more teacher hires. So I don't know if we can get that information or if that's readily available.
And we've got Title I funding as well. What effect does that have on these numbers?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gonna ask WD to respond to that one and then go to Senator Hicks.
Chairman Scott, we can certainly look into the federally funded teacher positions of interest to include all federal funds, but specifically the CARES Act funds as well.
Okay, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the other thing I think we need to explore that might explain the downturn is when we looked at the decline in enrollment. I know in my particular school districts over in this area, a significant number of those kids that stayed home and homeschooled tend to be those elementary schools. So I just wonder, with the decline in enrollment, WDA, is there any way to track by grade level what that decline was? Because that could certainly attribute to classroom size, given that the number of kids that stayed home. Do we track that by K through 3 individual grade levels, the number of decline for each one of those class size or class groups?
WD,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, yes, we do. And we can provide that for you.
Yeah, because I think that might explain some of the anomaly in the classroom size, but it'll be interesting to look at it.
Mr. Chairman.
let me ask a follow-on question, a little different. There's a number of small schools in this that simply don't have your 16 students in the elementary grade that have much smaller numbers. How are they figured in this?
Mr. Chairman, let me put up my next slide.
Okay.
If you look at the chart at the bottom of this slide, you'll see it is broken up by the size of the school overall, not the size of the grade level, but by the size of the school. And so you can see the difference between small schools under 49 ADM, mid-sized schools that are 50 to 96 ADM, and large schools that are bigger than 96.
Bigger, it says bigger than 49. You mean bigger than 96?
I do mean bigger than 96, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that is interesting there. Okay, Senator Kinski, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following on with Senator Rothfuss's earlier observation, as well as Senator Hicks, if you take the reduced number of students and divide by the number of teachers, and as Senator Rothfuss noted, there's 120 more than there were in the prior year, you come out with about 1.5 students per teacher. And we don't have an overall average here, but that's a significant number. So clearly the enrollment was going down, the number of teachers going up. It may just be that simple. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, WDE.
Great. If there are no more questions about class sizes, I think I'd like to move on to the expenditure analysis.
Okay.
So this analysis provides a comparison of model-generated non-staff resources to district actual expenditures, which does in places include contracted services. So again, the 2020-21 expenditures are based on preliminary numbers, and we will have those finalized in November. So I'd like to start with operations and maintenance. And this category includes, this is the category where it includes staff costs and supplies and materials. And we have a separate analysis in the full crew report that disaggregates it by compensation and supplies and materials. So the funding model resource districts a little more than 105.7 million, while districts spent a little more than 96.3 million, or approximately 91.1% of the model allocation. So in the chart, the funding model is in yellow and the actual amounts are in orange. So this slide does not include operations and maintenance that is specific to special education or transportation. And I wanted to mention in here that the staff costs are included in this category since many districts pay contract labor for some of their operations and maintenance jobs.
So this is, you've confused me. This includes transportation or does not include transportation?
It excludes. It does not include transportation or special education specific operations and maintenance costs, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Next slide is utilities. The model resourced almost 36.3 million to districts for utilities, and the district spent approximately 38 million, or 103.9% of the model allocation.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's asking?
Representative Brown.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Brown.
Trent, I believe this is probably for you, maybe for Matt as well. You can see that the massive difference between 2018-19 at 118% down to 2019-2020 down to 100%. That was the last ECA that we implemented. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is correct, but I would defer to Matt just to make sure I've got the right year.
Okay, Matt, any comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you look in the funding model column, you'll note in the 2018-19 year, the $32.4 million in the model, that increased in 2019-20 to 36 million. That was your ECA you applied for the 19-20 school year. Then you applied an additional ECA in 2021. That's for the model increase again, 36.3 million. As part of my testimony earlier this morning, the 2021-22 school year funding model column will decrease because the ECA was halved from the 2021 school year. But I think the difference is a combination of reduced expenditures on the school district side. You'll notice in 2019-20, school districts basically shut down for the last 3 months. That was probably why you see a decrease in that school year, and then a little bit of an increase in the 2021 school year when school districts came back to in-person instruction. So those are my observations or takeaways from this slide.
So this is one area that has been affected by our response to COVID.
Mr. Chairman, right? I think you're right there when you say that on the 2019-2020, you can definitely see the response to COVID. Matt, I'm just curious, you mentioned that in the 21-22 school year that we halved the ECA. Do you have that projection by chance, what that's going to be for the funding model?
So, Mr. Chairman, in the report that I presented earlier, the utilities amount is contained in table 3.
Okay.
So the statutory model will be 36.12 million.
Thank you. I knew I had it somewhere. I just didn't know where. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Was there somebody else? Okay, proceed, WD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next slide is technology and supplies. And so for this reporting, instructional supplies and materials and technology equipment have been combined into one category. The model resourced almost 42.5 million to districts for technology and supplies, while districts spent a little over 44.2 million, or 104.1% of the model allocation.
Okay, does this include material for the career and technical education?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's on the slide number 39, but it depends on if districts are actually coding that. Districts have a function code to code their expenditures for career technical education. They may, in some instances, include some of those costs under this category.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Connolly.
go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm just curious looking at the figures here and can't help but thinking that the decrease from 125%, 126, 117 down to 104 last year, that has to be related to the availability of CARES money to bolster technology and supplies in the schools. Do you have any kind of comment on that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, I think it's difficult at this time to, I guess, describe any kind of correlation there, other than just noting that there was a significant amount of money provided through the governor's coronavirus relief fund and discretionary grants to school districts that was specific to technology. This was one area that we were interested in as well, to see what kind of an impact that would have. But it's difficult. It's a little bit difficult because that CARES money had a prohibition to supplanting, essentially. So whereas our ESSER funds do not have that prohibition, that 1.25 billion that the state received required that those funds be used for items outside of what was budgeted. So essentially would prevent districts from offsetting their budget for technology on a one-to-one basis. You know, the idea there is that it would be kind of an overlay or layered on top of what was in their budget. So it could have some impact, but it's hard to tell how much of an impact. But I agree with your analysis there with that trend changing. You know, that's a possibility.
Okay, I'm going to have a general question for Department of Education going forward. Maybe you can summarize the end. With the various federal stimulus monies and whatnot, are we starting to build a set of expenditures that are going to continue once the federal government is gone and get ourselves in trouble? And I don't know whether you want to answer that now or later.
Chairman Scott, I think that's another question that's hard for us to speak to specifically because we're talking about district expenditures and hiring decisions. Certainly, we have provided guidance to all school districts that that's something to be aware of. These are time-limited federal funds that we are allocating, and they will sunset at some point. And so any kind of expenditures that would continue beyond those federal awards, of course, would have to be handled through existing funds. So your point is well taken. I can't really speak to how big of an issue that is currently, but it is something that we are aware of and something that we are communicating with districts about.
Okay. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 40, these are central office supplies and miscellaneous district costs. The model resourced almost 37 million to districts for central office supplies, while districts spent approximately 40 million, or about 108% of the model allocation.
Okay.
Page 41 are student activities. The model resourced a little more than 33.1 million to districts for student activities, while districts spent just under 41 million, or 122.6% of the model allocation.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's
this Representative Brown?
Brown? Go ahead.
Leslie, on this one, does this include any transportation costs at all?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, I believe that it does not, but I would want to check and get back to you later.
Just follow up on that, then if it does not include the transportation costs, I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand this correctly, that above and beyond that, we would have 100% reimbursable transportation costs associated with that as well. Is that correct then? So that would be in addition to the numbers expended at this point?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, yes.
Okay. Following up on that, does it include coaches' salaries, particularly where they're also teaching? Because I'm hearing that it does not, and that a lot of those are reported as teacher salaries because they're also teaching. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, we can provide a breakdown of extra duty contracts. Those extra duty amounts are not included in the teacher salary analysis that we provided earlier, but we could make a breakdown of all the extra duty pay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So my next slide has professional development. The model resourced 12.7 million to districts for professional development, while districts spent approximately 5.9 million, or 47% of the model allocation. My next slide is CTE supplies and equipment. The model resourced 2.9 million to districts for CTE supplies and equipment, while districts spent almost 1.6 million, or 56.7% of the model allocation.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
I just wanted to interject this one note. Representative Paxton interjected before and has on many occasions, and I agree with him that the CTE is underfunded, and I just wanted to point out, you might want to check your own districts because with the change in the Hathaway, when the Hathaway first came in, enrollment in CTE plunged by, I think, better than 50%. And at least in Sheridan 2, the enrollment in CTE by students bound for the Hathaway Scholarship has increased. So overall CTE enrollment is up. So this underfunding of CTE, at least in our district, is only going to be exacerbated, but I'm willing to bet that's probably true in every district in the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, question for Senator Kinski. So your conclusion is that we're looking at a real problem here with the CTE?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at least in 2, the enrollment in CTE is up significantly. And if it's true in other districts, then we're really going to have a resource constraint on CTE programs, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. That's I think what Chairman Paxton was trying to convince me of the other day.
Is Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks has a question.
Okay, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a question for Senator Kinski. As I read the graph, it's as you indicated, you said there was a deficiency in funding, and what I see in the graphic is the funding's there. The school districts just choose to spend it differently than how it's allocated. Is that correct, or are you saying that we need to actually increase the funding model when they're not spending the amount that they're currently allocated?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I'm referring to the orange bars, that there's actual underfunding significantly below what the model calls for.
Mr. Chairman, funding and expenditures, actual expenditures.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, yeah, I'm referring to the orange bar actual expenditures. The actual expenditures are way below the model.
All right, thank you.
And that seems to be a pattern, except when you're dealing with administrators.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, Leslie, on this note, and I can't remember, I've been on recalibration enough times, but do we resource CTE staffing differently as well? So are they underutilizing the CTE staffing as well, or do we have separate CTE staffing?
So,
and I see Matt popped up too, so.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers. So this slide right here is just about the supplies and equipment. The teachers are resourced differently, and I don't have a slide for that, but we could do that for you.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, it's a little difficult to identify the total CTE teachers allocated under the funding model due to the fact that we include those within the specialist teachers or elective teacher category, which is 33% of the core teachers allocated. And then also in some districts, it's included in the minimum teacher levels that are allocated. So to do an actual comparison of the model CTE teachers and the actual teachers is almost nearly impossible to do.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up, and I think you have to get, ultimately, I think this committee agrees that CT is very important. And to get to that question of you could be underutilizing supplies because you simply don't have the staff to do that programming. Now, is that staff not available strictly because it's the school choice? That could be, but how do we get to that idea of how many CTE instructors are hired versus how many should be hired? I think that's a great study piece, actually. Should there be a different category of reporting, for example, at the very least, so we have some idea? Thank you.
Okay, anything further on this? Go ahead, WD.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move on to the reimbursable expenditures that are part of the guarantee. And so remember, they are based on approved expenditures from the prior year. And so I will cover transportation and then special education and then the other category.
Okay.
So my first slide here on page 45 is transportation. This includes personnel, bus purchases and financing, and equipment. Isolation and maintenance is also included in here. So for 2021-22, the preliminary amount we've calculated is $80,185,799, which is a decrease of approximately 2.8% from the prior year. And so this amount represents approximately 5.3 of the total model guarantee. So if you're looking at the chart, the transportation amount is in orange and the rest of the guarantee is in yellow. And if you look at the table, there's two cells where I've highlighted the guarantee amount. Those were years where we had the hold harmless adjustments, phase in of ADM and groundskeepers. So the total guarantee was adjusted those 2 years for that legislation.
Okay.
Okay, my next slide is special education. So this includes personnel, out of district placement costs, and equipment. So the preliminary amount for 21-22 is $251,775,672, which is an increase of approximately 2.6% over the prior year. And this amount represents approximately 16.8% of the total guarantee for the year.
So as a percent of the guarantee, the special education costs are creeping up on us, is that?
Mr. Chairman, there's been a slight increase over the last few years, yes.
Is that evidence that the fact we're doing 100% reimbursement is starting to get us in trouble?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If you look at the 18 through 21, basically, so the 3 different years, they're basically the same number, despite the fact that the total guarantee went up along those lines, and the percent of guarantee is going down. So I think, other than the fact that we're now extrapolating out to the 21-22, which is a projection, the real values that we're seeing that are past tense are level. So I think it's more reasonable to conclude the opposite, Mr. Chairman, that it's been stabilized, at least for the past 3-4 years. Prior to that, though, when you look through 11 through 17, you see a pretty substantial increase. And Mr. Chairman, I'd remind the committee that a substantial amount of this increase is actually the health insurance associated with paying the folks that are in special education, because that all gets reimbursed over on this side of the equation. So we know that the health insurance costs associated with the people that are providing special education services have been steadily increasing, and we typically project those at 8 to 10%. I can't remember exactly what we've been doing through this time. So holding that flat is actually a decrease in the real dollars spent on special education because of the significant increase due to the health insurance. So it's just kind of important to have the understanding that as we've held this effectively level for the past 4 years, that's been a decrease effectively in special education services provided. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
Senator Larson, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Matt, which years was it that we had the cap on special education, and that might contribute to keeping that level as well?
Mr. Chairman, your caps were established for school years 2019-20 and 2021.
Thank
You
you.
can see the same amounts in that reimbursement of prior year expenditures column.
So there may be a little more to that than in keeping it level, in the fact that we put a mechanism in there to not let it grow.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Paxton. Then I have a question on the chart.
Am I right in thinking that we also started covering special education people on workman's comp somewhere in there?
Yes, we did. Where was it?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you have always covered special education. There was an amendment to the specific special education category. I can't recall what year it was, but there was a higher risk category. I'll go back and do research, but yeah, there's the extra hazardous. Thank you, Tanya. Extra hazardous pay or category for specific special education staff, but I'll have to go back and identify what year that was.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. The projection for 21-22 is the reimbursements will go up as I do the math, about 6.4 million. Is that assuming a cap comes off? What's the difference between 20 and 21 and the way 21-22 is projected?
So, Mr. Chairman, the numbers for 21-22, these are based on actual expenditures from last year, and we are working with districts right now to clean these up and refine them and make sure that all the expenditures that they're claiming are appropriate. So these are based on last year's actual expenditures without a cap.
Okay, why is it without a cap and the previous school years with a cap?
Mr. Chairman, so for school year 19-20 and 2021, there was a cap in place for the amount that could be reimbursed. And so you'll see the number is the same for both of those years, 245 million, 355, 342. The expenditures for last year were not capped. The legislative cap only applied for 2 school years. And so, as Leslie mentioned, we are in the process of validating the expenditure data from last school year. And that amount that we've listed there, the 251,775,672, is our estimate, our current estimate, but it is preliminary, of the total special education reimbursement that we will pay out this year for last year's expenses.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers.
Representative Summers, go ahead. You were breaking up some.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder, we passed a bill, there was a bill passed that capped SPED. And then there was a bill, I think, that came out of the Education Committee, but I can't remember. It took the cap off SPED. So that's what you're seeing there. We passed legislation both ways. Thank you.
When was that legislation passed? It wasn't the last general session, was it? It was session before, wasn't it?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the cap was put on in the 2018 general session. And there was a mechanism within that made it time limited. So there was no additional action by the legislature to remove the cap. It was just a 2-year cap.
Okay, that's what. Okay. WDA, anything further?
I have one more slide. So this slide includes all the other reimbursements. So it includes teacher extra compensation, like for rural assignments, tuition payments from non-unified school districts, and out-of-state tuition payments that are made outside the model. So you can see that the amounts estimated for 21-22 have increased over the prior year to about 2.5 million. The proportion of this to the total model guarantee remains extremely small at 0.17%. In the chart, the other category of reimbursements are in orange and the rest of the guarantee is in yellow.
Okay. So the other category is really other and fairly small, is what you're telling
Mr.
me.
Chairman, that is correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's the end of our prepared report, and we would be open to any questions now.
Any general questions? Any general questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Stiff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a general question. I just wanted to thank the Wyoming Department of Education for this analysis. It's really useful. One question I had is on the staff actual expenditures. We have the averages, of course, and we show that in most categories they're over the funding model. Is how difficult would it be to get that in aggregate dollar terms? Like, how many $1 million more are we spending on assistant principals in the model?
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stiff, that will be in the final report that's posted on our website in November.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to correct just some testimony on the special education law when that was changed. It was in the 2018 budget session. Chapter 137 amended the cap or put the cap on for the 2 school years. It was not the 2019, the 2018 session.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this Representative Larson.
Okay, Representative Larson, go ahead.
I just need to ask Matt or Leslie, there is some reference that we could find the respective district costs on salaries. Was that on the WDE website or our LSO website?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it is on the WDE website.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further? Anything further?
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, there's a link on page or slide 2 of the presentation from the Department of Ed that has that report on there.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman.
Yes, Representative Harshman.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And just a question for Matt, LSO, and just if you can find this, and again, this is ECA, not recalibration, but maybe just in a small little matrix of what Picus and Auden recommended to us in our last recal on some of these salaries. And I say that because I kind of, I threw out some of these percentages, and the big one that everybody that, is superintendents. And I think our model salary now, and I know what it is, was 110,000 or something. I think Picus, suggested 130. And I think we're funding 110. And so it'd just be interesting to kind of know what that, we didn't adopt any recalibration. So we're back the current law, but I'd be curious to see what that was. So if LSO could get us that, just a little short deal. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, I think on page 7 of the LSO report, table 4 has the best comparison, but there's a couple caveats with that. In the the weighted model average includes adjustments for, in the statutory model, adjustments for experience, education, and responsibility where appropriate. And then both models adjust for the regional cost adjustment. And there is a wide variation between the consultants' regional cost adjustment and the statutory models. And so those amounts reflect the recommendations in that school year 21-22. Those would be their recommendations. And then the 22-23 would be their recommendations increased by the ECA.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'm going to deviate from the printed agenda to ask, is there anybody in the public that's on this that wants to testify on what we've heard, and see if there is anybody. And then LSO, is there a specific recommendation somewhere on ECA? I know what I want to do, but I suspect there's a more formal recommendation somewhere. We'll come back to you on that. Okay, do we have anybody present in LSO? You may have to help me spot them. Do we have anybody present that's in the public that wants to testify at this point?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do, and I'll go ahead and move them. We don't have anyone physically in the building, but we do have online constituents that would like to speak. So I'll go ahead and let them in the room.
How many?
Right now, only one person has their hand raised, but
Okay.
that doesn't mean that once I've said that, the others will not raise their hand as soon as
Well,
I've said it.
Let's start with the one that volunteered first.
I have Mr. Mullen. I have, excuse me. We'll start with him.
Okay, Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, first of all, I want to thank everybody for your work today. There's been some great conversation here today, so I really appreciate all the contribution and all of the work done. My name is Tate Mullen. I'm the Government Relations Director for the Wyoming Education Association. And while I want to be mindful of the committee's time, I also think that there are some distinct points that were presented that are not only worth repeating, but that WEA can add some on-the-ground member and member-based information that would be helpful to personalize and contextualize. So I've got about 6 minutes worth of testimony, so I will try to get through it fairly quickly.
Okay.
External cost adjustments as a component of compensation reflect our inherent value in education and the recognition of how important our educators and support staff are to a successful education system. What we have seen for years is that on the national front, teachers have felt underappreciated, overworked, and underpaid. These sentiments have on-the-ground impacts. For example, the most recent jobs report that just recently came out at the national level has shown a decrease of 144,000 local education agency jobs, and at the state education agency position, about a 17,000 employment decrease. These sentiments are shared by many educators in the state of Wyoming. The flat salaries, consistent threats to education funding, coupled with the high stress of teaching in our current atmosphere, have had measurable impacts on our education system, educators, and implications for the performance of our future of our students. So WEA, we in May surveyed 560 active members. The survey has a confidence interval level of 95% with a margin of error plus minus 4.1. WEA is a member-based organization with close to 6,000 members. The findings of these surveys will hopefully provide some context as to why an external cost adjustment would be valued by educators and why it is important in efforts to sustain our education system. So some of the findings, only 9% of our members are very satisfied with the conditions facing education. 1/5 say that they are considering leaving the state, including a quarter of early career educators. Only 1/4 of our membership say that they would encourage a friend or family member to enter the teaching profession. Directly related to these responses are the fact that among surveyed members, the most significant priorities for those surveyed were to prevent layoffs or reductions in workforce, increase school employee salaries, as well as updating and expanding mental health service programs. The uncertainty around remaining in the profession stems from conditions in the workplace and a desire for more respect. Some of the information we heard here today relates directly to job satisfaction, attraction, and retention issues faced by our education system, including the fact that teacher wages have declined significantly to comparable workers and that other states are becoming more competitive than they used to be. Preaching to the choir here, the rural nature of our state makes it increasingly difficult to attract and retain high quality educators. And that requires a higher wage than our surrounding states. If we maintain our current trajectory, it won't be long before we have lost what little competitive edge that we still have. Utah, Nebraska, Colorado all provided great examples here. Colorado is particularly of interest, given their recent state Supreme Court decision regarding Tabor and education funding. The legislature and the governor in Colorado will be prioritizing rebuilding an education system that before it was decimated by Tabor was 6th in the nation. This will, of course, have attraction and retention implications for many of our schools in the state, especially those in the South. And in fact, what we are seeing on the ground, despite this competitive edge, is the inability for our districts across the state to fill vacant positions. On numerous occasions, the legislature has heard testimony from districts across the state on their inability to not only fill these roles, but in some cases to not even receive any applications for open positions at all. Schools across the state are losing their ability to attract the greatest tool that we have in educating our students, and that's high quality educators. This discussion came up earlier, and I'd like to add a little bit to it. We constantly hear the rhetoric about bang for our buck regarding the amount of money that we spend on education and our student performance. Without getting into time-intensive concepts like diminished margin of utility, what we can briefly discuss is what the science and data tells us. What education funding research states is that increases in education funding have disproportionate, statistically significant benefits for student performance for those low income, at risk, and minority students. These are our Title I schools and students, of which the state of Wyoming has quite a few. This benefit does not vanish for the rest of the student population, but it isn't as significant as it is for our low income, at risk, or minority students. What education research also tells us is that a significant predictor of a student's academic success is having high quality educators in the classroom. Dr. Stoddard is correct that there are other significant factors such as home environment and socioeconomic status, but high quality educators have a statistically significant impact on student performance. Several of the metrics that determine what constitutes a high quality educator are teacher scores on verbal skills tests, education background, particularly those educators with a master's degree, and years of experience, to name a few. So in a model that is already underfunded, our ability to attract the type of educators that make significant differences in the performance of our students and set them on a trajectory for economic stability as adults has been greatly diminished. And the difficulty to fill these positions across the state and attract and retain these high quality educators has been compounded by the perceived attacks on education, which have substantial implications for educators who are looking to come to the state, as well as the ones who are already here. It was only a year ago that our educators were being lauded as heroes, and rightfully so. In the midst of a global pandemic, they showed up, they adapted, they continued to educate the students of Wyoming as best they could given the circumstances, all while risking their health and safety as well as the health and safety of their families. But now, a year later, educators and support staff are feeling the very real effects of burnout. We've heard of substantial turnover amongst our paras across the state. Substitutes are in high demand and low supply, with teachers attempting to make up the difference, sacrificing planning time in their own classrooms and adding even more to their already overflowing plates. They're attempting to maintain focus and continue to teach the students in their classrooms amidst an atmosphere of hostility both inside and outside of their buildings. Coupling these very real on-the-ground issues with compensation that is losing its competitiveness across the region present a cause for concern. The survey results and the additional information that we've provided hopefully provide some on-the-ground context to what our educators are facing. And I hope that this at least provides some helpful information in not only determining the external cost adjustment, but moving forward as well. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay. Questions? Anybody got any questions? I will just respond to one thing. I don't want to get into any extended debate. You described the system as being underfunded. I would suggest that maybe the evidence doesn't support that, but that's a more general question than what's before us today. So, LSO, is there anybody else that's seeking to testify?
We have Superintendent Askey.
Okay. Put the superintendent on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. So thanks, Chairman and Co-Chairman. I'm Charles Oski. I'm the new superintendent in Johnson County School District number 1. I did have
You were superintendent of another district previously, were you not?
I was in Sheridan 3. That is
Okay,
correct.
All right. You're familiar. Yes.
Okay. All right. So thanks for the opportunity. So not only representing Johnson County School District, but also representing the Superintendents Association. I'm the current president. So thanks again for the opportunity. And some of the key points that I want to talk about after saying thank you to everything that you guys are doing and some great discussion here today is I think WASA is a great representative. So anybody new to the committee, we as an organization would love to answer individual questions that's happening in our individual districts in relevance to what you've been talking about here today. But some key points that I wanted to bring out is even Representative Harshman, you talked a little bit about the at-risk and the free and reduced. That has a huge impact. So some of the data that we're looking at when we start talking about the impacts on district is how the funding model is. We haven't found the new normal yet after coming out of COVID. So that's a key point bringing back to that. But also very evident in just 3 months in Johnson County School District, it is very hard to find the classified people that we need to support our district. We're struggling with bus drivers, with paras, subs in general, how we manage things. We're competing with McDonald's, who has $15 an hour. Sure, they might not have the benefits, but the reality is we're competing with those wages. Some of our maintenance staff, we had positions that were open for several months. We had some top quality candidates that came in and they were making $30 an hour. And the number one question I asked, well, we have the benefit package. He says, well, I still have to pay the bills, the cost of fuel, the cost of what we're doing at home and insurance and those type of things. So school districts around the state, especially here too, are struggling. One of the things we are doing is bringing an educational management system to actually evaluate our job descriptions so that we know what we have as employees. We're doing what we should be doing, but then evaluating our salary schedule so that we can get those quality people so we can do the things we need to do for kids in Johnson County. So there's a real cost. There's some huge concerns with the fuel increase. Wyoming is going to be one, according to the article, and I could submit that to you or anybody that wants, but the cost increase just with fuel over the last month and the projected cost of that's going to have a huge impact alone with what we do in districts. So utilities are going up. The cost of providing quality professional development is going up. And another key topic that I want to bring up that is a huge deal for districts is cybersecurity. Technology and what we're doing after COVID and everything that's related to technology and teaching remotely. Cybersecurity has a huge tag to that and what it's going to cost to make sure our systems are protected, our student data is protected, and we don't have some kind of situation in our districts where people lock us down and require a lot of money to get that information back. So we all have some challenges, but as the president of the Superintendents Association and the current new superintendent of Johnson County, I really would strongly encourage you to reach out to any of us superintendents or board members and have those private discussions about what's happening in districts. So.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, LSO, do we have anybody else?
We have Superintendent Shadrick, and then following him will be Brian Farmer.
Okay, go ahead. Admit them in that order.
Mr. Chairman, I believe he's muted.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thanks for the opportunity. I just kind of wanted to come in and not waste a lot of your time, express how thankful. So my name is Coley Shadrick. I'm the superintendent here in Glen Rock and Converse too. And I also sit on WASA as the president-elect. And so I think this is an important conversation because you're allowing us to provide us the resources to solve local problems. We have some things going on here in Converse County that have presented a challenge for the school district. I lost a transportation director in November last year because the private sector bought him out from me. $40,000, paid him more. I've lost several aides, bus drivers, because they can go make more money in the private sector. So I tell you what, I know that there's lots of conversation about the block grant and how the misalignment with the model, but it allows districts to really solve, I guess, local problems. I'm probably the best deal in a superintendent across the state. I'm HR, I'm virtual, the virtual coordinator. I do Title II, I do Title IV, I superintendent, I do it all. And I know every other superintendent wears lots of hats. And we purposely do that so that we can do those things conservatively, responsibly, and meet the needs of our kids. I have an admin team of 5. They have 4 to 5 hats that they wear. And I know that the data doesn't show that. I know that they work hard. They manage federal programs, they're ADs. We don't do a lot of positions in Converse too, because we're responding to local problems. We started an FFA program. We hired additional CTE teachers. Those were valuable to us, and our board was very, very inspired to do that. But we had to make some adjustments, and that is what the block grant has done for us. So I appreciate all you guys are doing. I think this ECA conversation and just allowing us to respond to keep up with the private sector is huge for us. And I'm just going to kind of reiterate what Charles said, Superintendent Oski, about the technology. It is a lot to respond, trying to provide, in-person and virtual, trying to do a lot of things. So, technology costs are very, very high. So thank you for your time. Appreciate being here. And I just wanted to kind of paint that picture. There was one comment that was made about the pool. Not only are we having to try to pay more people more to, try to keep up with the private sector, our pool is probably shallower than I've ever seen it. I was here 10 years ago and there were 120 applicants for an elementary position in 2011. I am down to 15 and I'm having to hire multiple people out of those pools. I couldn't fill a couple positions and I had to move some people around the week before school started to fill a void. So I think that, there's a lot of variables to this. And again, just wanted to give you that kind of district perspective. So thank you. And I sure envy you guys.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I have a question. Mr. Chairman, first of all, Mr. Shedrick, thank you for the testimony and just kind of a thank you to all the schools for all the hard work during the pandemic and elsewhere. A lot of good teachers out there, a lot of good stuff. But the one thing I'm going to chastise you all on, and I've done it before, and it is the disparity that we see that as a whole, districts hire more central office staff and they fund them at a higher percentage than any other staff there is. And so some of us that like to support teachers shake our head at you guys. And maybe this is more for Brian Farmer because he's the school board. It's the local school board's decision. But this comes up over and over that in the legislature, even though it's probably a small percentage of the pie as far as the funding mechanism, because you guys are a small percentage of the employees. But I still think it looks bad. Just frankly, it looks bad. And until those optics change, I think you're going to continue to get hammered just as well by me as somebody else. So I guess my question back to you is there a way to tighten that up? Because eventually it's going to get tightened up by the legislature if districts don't start to tighten that up.
I appreciate that. So Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, I appreciate that because I think everybody would take that on, and I will. Please come to Glen Rock and I'll show you the 3 people that I have in central office. You know, my business manager wears a lot of hats. She's my secondary payroll person. My administrative assistant, who is our power school administrator, is our consolidated grant manager, is my board secretary. We wear lots of hats, and I can't speak for the rest of the state, but I can absolutely tell you that we are under the model. And we do that purposely because we want to preserve the classroom and keep as many people as there as we can. So I am full transparency. Come and look at us and I will show you how we're probably, we might be the exception, but our local story is this. We are not top heavy. In fact, I'm going to tell you we're middle heavy. I think we do work really hard to protect the teaching and their time and keep them in front and not have as many tasks on them. So I appreciate that. And I'll take it on, Representative Summers, just anytime. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we've got one more LSO. Brian Farmer, is he next?
Yes, sir. Brian Farmer.
Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Farmer with Wyoming School Boards Association. Mr. Chairman, I intend to be very, very brief for you today. I think you've had great discussion and you've gotten a lot of great data, but today's decision is really a pretty simple discussion and a pretty simple decision. I think your most valuable piece of information that you have comes in way of the memorandum from Legislative Service Office. The 2 pieces I would point you to are first table 2 on that, which is on page number 4 of that memorandum. And so how much do we pay for education in Wyoming? And it compares the evidence-based model with the statutory model. Over time, the legislature has referred to that evidence-based model as the constitutional floor. What is the cost-based, the defensible cost-based amount to pay for education in Wyoming? And at one time, we exceeded that. Today, we find ourselves going below that. And so really the best thing that we can do to keep up with the cost is to address for the facts of inflation. And that's where table number 6 on page 8 is most valuable. And Mr. Chairman, my recommendation to you is to make the external cost adjustment at the numbers reflected on that bottom line of that table 6, to make a cost-based approach here addressing the factors of inflation, so that you're really addressing what does it cost to provide an education in Wyoming. And Mr. Chairman, with that, that's really all I wanted to share with you. I thank you for your work. Look forward to these further discussions on all of these important issues. And if there's anything we can do for you, we continue to be happy to help as we can.
Okay, questions for Mr. Farmer? Any questions for Mr. Farmer? And it was table 8, you said, was the one you were talking about?
Mr. Chairman, table number 6 on page number 8 of the LSO memo has the categories of inflation, the 4 categories and 4 percentage amounts, essentially 1.8% for professional staff, 2.3% for non-professional staff, 0.1% on materials, and 7.9% on energy.
Okay. Okay, committee, any questions? Okay. LSO, that exhausts the public testimony, does it not?
Yes, sir, that does.
Okay, so public testimony is closed. Committee, we're going to go next to the Education Committee making a recommendation. I'm going to say that I welcome the participation of the Appropriations Committee. You can't vote on an Education Committee recommendation, but if you have questions and comments, my instinct is going to be to recognize any committee, Appropriations Committee members that are here. And I also think we're going to go talk very briefly about preparation for the next meeting, and that has implications for Appropriations Committee as well. So I welcome your continued participation. With
Mr.
that,
Chairman?
Senator Office.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have concern about that process. This really is a statutory obligation for the Education Committee to make a recommendation to the Joint Appropriations Committee. And while I love seeing their happy faces and look forward to seeing them again soon, I think we should go quite the opposite direction and split this. The Education Committee should be focused on education issues. We should make that recommendation based on what's best for education. And then the Appropriations Committee should take that recommendation, as they have in every other year I've been involved in this decision, and make their decision based on what the Appropriations Committee deems is appropriate with consideration of available revenue and their obligation. If we mix them here, we violate what is effectively the statutory directive on how to go about this. So
I don't think we seriously violate anything if we allow them to express an opinion. And that's what I intend to do, and unless it gets out of hand and we can't get to a vote. So, okay. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, when appropriate, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead. That'll get us started.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so, Mr. Chairman, I look at this in two different ways on the ECA. I think the evidence that we've been gathered, and as I sit on the Education Committee now, and I'm not on the Appropriation Committee, I look at it from the education side. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to bifurcate the ECA and look at the non-personnel categories first. So education, material, and energy. And so my motion, Mr. Chairman, would be to, in fact, do an ECA on education, materials, and energy at the indices that are indicated on page 8. And so I do need a little help in making this motion and asking a question of Matt Wilmarth. I really want it to reflect table 3 on page 5. The total number there on the right side is 10.37 million, which I believe is a combination of that ECA that it would have been in 20. Let me get my numbers right. 2021, 22, and 22, 23. But I want Matt to clarify that for me. So I want to see a full ECA based upon those indices on the non-personnel component. And Matt, are you there?
Mr. Chairman, I am. If I understand your question or interpretation of your question or comment or motion, you want to sustain what was provided in school year 2021 and then apply the school year 22-23 ECA on table 6.
That is correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, how I interpret that would be, if you look on table 1 on page 2, the ECA provided in those 2 categories in school year 2021 was 5.857% for educational materials, and then energy was 0.936%. And then you would apply in a cumulative fashion the ECA for education materials of 0.104% and energy of 7.935%.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And if I get a second, I will explain further my motion.
Okay, I see a second from Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, as I look at this and I look at the crew report and I look at the fact that districts are expending more money on utilities than the model provides, and I look at educational supplies, it's the same story. I think it's clear they're spending more money than is being provided, and I think the indices show that inflation is required. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I think it's appropriate that we take on this. I'm not opposed to the personnel ones, but I think that ought to be a different discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you will make a motion then on the personnel ones?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure yet on that. I want to have a good debate. I may. But I am going to on this first.
Okay, I think that's reasonable unless somebody else has objections to that. Any comments from the members on the proposed ECA? And Matt Wilmarth, am I correct in understanding it's 10.37 million total?
Mr. Chairman, I have not run that independently. If you give me a second, I can get those numbers to you.
Okay, we'll give you a second. Anybody else want to comment on this? Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I tend to agree with Representative Summers on this motion. To me, it seems, I agree and I appreciate the bifurcation of these two. He and I have talked over the past couple of days and kind of gone over some of this as well. But really the big issue here, at least in Laramie County 1, is we have multiple new schools that have just unfortunately they're sitting underneath proxies still because of our failure to put together a complete recalibration package. And so these proxies are costing the school district, upwards of $1 million a year in extra costs associated with utilities. And that's not fair on these school districts to have to figure out how they're going to pay for utilities on these new schools when they're based on a proxy for some of these older schools. And it's just not working out that way. So in this process, I am supportive of this one. And I do think that I'll probably be supportive of the one for personnel, but I do believe that moving forward with the non-personnel one is kind of a no-brainer in my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are you telling us that new buildings are costing us more money than the old ones and we should have kept the old ones?
Mr. Chairman, we have more buildings than we've had in the past, and the proxy set for the old rates that are no longer valid because those were for 2017. The rates for natural gas and heating and everything else associated with those is far more than it was on those older buildings, especially those that do have air conditioning and run during the hot summers. It's a completely different world, and we don't have those proxies set for some of the other stuff associated with the other buildings.
Okay. Okay, further discussion. Further discussion.
Call for the question.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a number for you if you're curious.
Well, Mark.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, in this, let me just clarify how I calculated this. Again, it would be the full ECA that was provided in school year 2021 plus the ECA in table 6 for 22-23. And those would be applied in a cumulative fashion. And to give you a percentage for energy, that'd be 8.945%. And supplies 5.967% for a total of $10.1 million.
10.1 million.
So it closes that gap almost completely. And again, the reason there's differences is not just because of the ECA, but there's different methodologies on some of those components on how those are resourced.
Okay. Let me make just one comment. explaining my own vote. I'm not necessarily going to ask the rest of you to support my position, but I just want to explain what it is. Frankly, I think that and particularly here where we're talking the energy and supplies, the inflation is there all right. I think it's accurately calculated. I'm going to vote no on this because I think that there was enough in the expenditures as they already are to cover this and then some without doing any harm to the existing existing districts. I think they can cover the cost of the inflation within their existing budgets by looking at some of the factors that we identified during the recalibration as being in excess. But that's my position, and I reserve the right to change it particularly if we get a good deal more inflation in the next few between now and the budget session. And I know this applies as a result of the previous year, but what's happening currently will impact my decision. But at this point, I'm a no vote on this one, and that's why. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we can't see the whole screen. I'm going to ask LSO, can you call the roll on this? I think that'll be the easiest way to do this with Zoom.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Senator Salazar.
No.
Senator Rothfuss.
Aye.
Senator Ellis. Senator Ellis.
Senator Ellis may have to be excused. She had a key professional business problem come up, and I told her I didn't think there would be any close votes and she could safely be excused.
Understood. Senator Beitman. Senator Beitman,
Yes, he has to be excused too.
also excused. Thank you. Representative Summers.
Aye.
Thank you. Representative Overmueller.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Nyman.
No.
No. Representative Harshman.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Brown.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Andrew.
No.
Co-Chairman Paxton.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
No.
Thank you. You have
Did you get Representative Paxton?
yes, I did.
Okay.
You have 8 aye, 2 no, pardon me, 4 no, 2 excused.
Okay, that carried. Anybody want to make any motions on the other portion?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Newsom.
Go ahead, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a parallel motion to do that same calculation for professional staff and non-professional staff. As we talked about the increase in energy costs, that's happening to us at home. If you've been to the grocery store, we're having inflation. The cost of housing in my community has gone through the roof. And I think it's reasonable that we compensate our staff for those inflationary pressures that they're feeling, that we're all feeling. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second? Representative Summers. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. One challenge I've always had with the ECA is it goes back into a block grant. and I'm going to vote in support of this, but I have a question for Matt Wilmarth. And my question, Matt, is there a way to direct this to ensure that this goes to salaries and not just into the dark black hole that is the block grant?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I think in the past, there have been stipends or bonuses that have had constraints on those appropriations that have to be spent on salaries. And so I think there could be language crafted that would constrain the additional amount from the personnel ECAs that would require it to be expended solely on those categories, but you're still leaving, the remaining block grant available to districts to expend the way they want. So while your intentions are to limit the additional, be approximately $25 million, districts will likely then utilize the remaining balance of their block grant to shift their needs as needed. But yes, you can constrain it the way you would like.
What I'm hearing you telling us, and incidentally, we're going to want the same figure we had before as to what the total dollar amount's going to be. But what I'm hearing you telling us is that we constrain it, but without changing the general statutes, they can wiggle around us and ignore us and get away with it. Is that a correct understanding, or am I reading something in there?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're right. I mean, the money's fungible, and so districts have the remaining balance of the block grant to prioritize how they see fit. While you guys were debating that, I did run the numbers for those additional ECAs. So if you parallel the personnel, as Representative Newsom made the motion on, the professional staff ECA would be 3.323%. And the non-professional staff would be 4.478%. And the estimated cost would be $25.2 million.
Okay, that gives us something to go on.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And the reason I brought that idea up, and I really do want to hear some discussion amongst the committee around whether they like would rather have the idea of a guarantee that it goes to salaries, or whether it's just an ECA that's the typical normal ECA. So, Mr. Chairman, I really would like to hear some discussion.
Okay, let me start the discussion by pointing out that the way we're structured, we make a recommendation on the ECA, and it's fine that we make it in two separate items, but we're making a recommendation on the amount to joint appropriations. And then they take that as input and they write the bill, and it's a joint appropriations bill, as I understand it. And LSO, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's their bill. And so they would have to do the job of crafting, to restrict it. And we can recommend, if you want, that they restrict it in the way you're talking about, but they're going to craft the bill and do what they want to. So I hope we still have some of the JAC members paying attention to this discussion, because we are talking about something that's you're going to decide on in your bill. So I would warn us that we're constrained that way, that we don't write the bill on this one. Matt, is that a correct understanding of our system?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Traditionally, the ECA has been dealt with through the budget bill, and
well, I think budget bill or separate. This might be safer separate, but it is the joint appropriations. And the potential need for legislating in it is one of the reasons that maybe it ought to be separate.
Right, so Mr. Chairman, correct. If there's further constraints you want to place on those appropriations, I'll let either Tamara or Tanya tackle the legal aspects of whether or not the budget bill could do that or not. But traditionally, the ECA has been dealt with through a footnote through agency 205.
Yeah, I really think that they're better off with a separate bill if we're talking about a constraint. And I think probably the committee is going to agree with the Representative Summers on this one. And that does push you toward a separate bill. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown.
Thank you. This is a tough one because I wholeheartedly agree with Representative Summers that I'd like to see this constrained to strictly be on salaries and move strictly to salaries. The truth of the matter is, you know, as much time as I've spent on this committee, you learn that the block grant, even if you don't put it into the block grant, let's say we make this a categorical issue over here on this side, they can cost shift as they need to elsewhere. And so it's kind of becomes a situation where we can say what we want and we want to make sure that the CCA goes to these employees. We can hope that that's the case, and we can make sure that that 26 million or whatever the case may be at the end of the day here is gets to these employees, but the cost difference could, or the cost shift could happen elsewhere in the block grant model with other things happening. So, you know, I also think that if we're going to consider that, we need to make sure that, you know, Representative Newsom would be willing to take the amendment, or we amend the motion to begin with, because the motion on the table is just to approve it as is. So, but I do agree with Representative Summers. I'd like to see this go strictly to salaries and not be anything else other than that at this point either. So I appreciate him bringing that forward.
Okay, let me ask Representative Newsom, would you consider it a friendly amendment to your motion that we recommend to the Appropriations Committee that they restrict this to salaries and benefits for these categories?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with Representative Summers that I would like to see this be targeted to those salaries.
Representative Summers, you're the second, I believe. So I presume you're in agreement with that. So committee, unless somebody else objects, the motion is to restrict for this amount and to restrict it. And if you want to do something different, you have to amend the motion. Senator Office.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It does seem to me that when we contemplate an ECA, the ECA is to actually hold the purchasing power of the funding model equal to what it is right now. That's what it does. It's not a raise. It's not an increase. We've had a lot of discussions about trying to get dollars more towards salaries than elsewhere. But to the extent that over 60% of the entire funding model is salaries, I honestly don't know that this motion does anything. Like the second half of the motion, the ECA portion does, but the reality is any attempt at that, unless it becomes an incredibly complex piece of legislation that JAC then would put forward instead of the Education Committee, which is a concern. I don't think we get what we want. It seems that a clean motion and then working on draft legislation that's separate, that accomplishes the actual objective of the good representative, would be a better way to accomplish it, where we've had a lot of conversation about trying to ensure that certain amounts of the block grant become what are effectively categorical into the teaching space, teaching salary. Conflating the two then makes it a bill, and it makes it a very different challenge to get that through the legislative process, where if the intent of good Representative Newsom is simply to have an ECA, that should be the motion, and then separate this incredibly complicated problem. Otherwise, we'll risk losing the ECA overall. I don't think that piece of legislation is an easy challenge, and I don't think having it primed out of the Appropriations Committee would be appropriate as well. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really two questions. The first one is for Matt. Just remind us all again on the updated monitoring report on the healthcare change and savings, you know, with the increased employee contribution and then utilization. And it was like a 12% swing. And I'm just got it in my head that it's $50 million. Just correct me, I guess, at the right number of savings to the model.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, on the health insurance piece, LSO was estimating a 6% increase for school year 22-23. There's a 6% decrease. That estimated swing was a reduction of 27 million from our estimates. In reality, for this school year, just cut that in half, essentially cut that in half. So it's about 14 million, 13.5, $14 million decrease in health insurance from this school year.
Okay.
On the utilization, utilization of health insurance, is that what you're asking? How much do school districts utilize health insurance?
I guess what's the total savings on the updated monitoring report for October?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, the reduction from the statutory level was about $27.8 million, assuming no increase and then accounting for the 6% decrease.
So that's a biennial figure?
Mr. Chairman, is a single year amount.
27 million is a single year amount.
For school year 22-23. All the amounts I've been giving you is a single school year amount for school year 22-23.
Okay, and that is technically independent of this vote, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The health insurance operates independently of the external cost adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, thank you. I just wanted to make clear on that. So it wasn't 50 million, it was $25 million swing. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, my next question was really just about the process again, and because I heard some talk of a separate bill. Traditionally, this is part of the joint appropriations budget bill, is it not? And maybe Matt and Tanya can address that.
Mr. Chairman, historically, the ECA has been provided within the budget bill.
Yeah.
Restricting the funds does pose some challenges because traditionally in the budget bill, we only appropriate the amount of the ECA that would be allocated through the State Department of Education. Recall you have recapture districts who don't receive any money under that appropriation because they're fully funded from their local revenues. So if it's the intent to restrict the entire amount, I think Chairman Scott is likely correct that we would need to do it in like a section 300 or a separate piece of legislation that would allocate the full ECA amount to all school districts rather than the amount only to the entitlement school districts.
Right. So to follow up, Mr. Chairman, and to make clear to the committee, I mean, this is going to be part of the budget bill. We've never run an ECA as a separate standalone bill. It's part of the House Bill, Senate File 1, to be debated by the Joint Appropriations Committee and then by the full body. So just so I'm clear on our intent in the process. Thank you.
Okay. And frankly, I think that's going to be an Appropriations Committee choice as to how they do that. I don't think we can dictate that. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, just to make it cleaner, I know I'm the one that brought this, but I'll go ahead and go back and make a motion. This way we can vote on it as a committee, which way we want to go. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we go back to the straight ECA and not do the recommendation to target it to salary. I think appropriations can have that debate. If I get a second, I'll withstand. Do I have a second on that?
Is there a second on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seconded?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris. Just a point of order.
Yeah.
from a parliamentary standpoint, he is the second. All he would have to do is withdraw that change. And if Representative Newsom is okay with it, it would be withdrawn as an amendment. So it would go back to its original state. That's up to Representative Newsom, though.
Representative Newsom.
Yes, I would agree with that. So if Representative Summer withdraws his amendment, that would be.
Okay. Okay, so we're back to just recommending the dollar amount. Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to Representative Harshman's first questions and then the answer. And this is for people who are concerned about the overall cost of education. It seemed to me that the question regarding the healthcare savings and the answer of it was 25 million, 27 million. That's the same as the answer to the question of what is the cost of the ECA of professional staff within a couple of dollars or two. Is that my correct kind of hearing of those responses? So we're honestly not going to be looking at an overall cost by granting the ECA to professional staff.
Well, those numbers happen to agree. You will have an ECA cost that we already approved of 10.1 million on the energy and what the other item was there. So you do wind up with a net cost. So you do need to have a legislation on the subject. So, anybody else? Are you ready for the vote? Okay. LSO, I'm going to say again, explaining my vote, that I am going to vote no, because I think the cost increase is real, and I think it is fundable within their existing formula under the block grant. But that's my opinion. And I'm, again, not asking anybody else to necessarily agree with me. So are we ready for the vote? Anybody else?
Mr. Co-Chair, if I could express my opinion also on that. I have some real concerns when I look at the assistant principals and the superintendents, the numbers on that. And certainly if I were driving the world and had complete control over it, I would allocate this ECA to eliminate those two categories. But I'm going to hold my nose and vote for it.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to hold my nose and vote against. Anything else? LSO, again, call the roll, please.
Absolutely. Senator Beitman, excused. Senator Ellis, excused. Senator Rothfuss.
Aye.
Senator Salazar.
No.
Representative Andrew.
Aye.
Representative Brown.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Representative Harshman.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Nyman.
No.
No. Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Representative Obermuller. Representative Obermuller.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Representative Summers.
Aye.
Aye. Representative Paxton, you said aye?
Aye.
Thank you. And Senator Scott, you indicated no.
No, that's right.
This is Senator Beitman. I'm a no.
Pardon me, Senator Beitman?
I'm a no.
Thank
You have me
you.
as excuse. I've been having technical issues all morning, so I've been on and off all day.
Okay. That is an indictment of doing things on Zoom, I'm afraid. We're sorry we missed you on the previous vote.
Sorry, I missed it, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman
Okay.
Scott, the vote for that is 9 aye, 4 no, 1 excused.
Okay. Committee, we now have one further item. We've got, as I make it, 5 bills on the agenda for next time. 3 of those Appropriations Committee members are relevant to some of your work. The Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Program has an endowment in it. The Wyoming Community College Investment Fund has an endowment in it. The Hathaway Scholarship Bill potentially has an endowment in it. I'm going to propose one. What my thinking is on this is we're all seeing the big run up we're getting in mineral prices, oil, gas in particular, which is very relevant to us, and I understand coal as well. We may have quite a surplus when we get to budget session. A couple of points on that. I would think whether we have a surplus or not depends on whether the current administration in Washington can restrict our ability to produce minerals faster than the price goes up. Looks like they're not going to be able to, but I don't think we'll know that till budget session time. But if there is, it'll be a one-time funds. And my thought is that the best way to handle one-time funds is to sock them away where we can use the interest to do something permanent. That's much safer than going into a new program that we don't have long-term funding for. So you're likely to see those 3 proposals out of us. And I think LSO, my understanding is that due to the federal maintenance of effort requirements on the education funding, both K-12 and higher ed, we may have to take some precautions in the language we use there and not call them appropriations, even though that's what they are. Is that right, Matt?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, correct. I think we'll want to call those transfers.
So that's a technical point. It may say it's quite a bit of problem. I know there are amendments being worked on the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Program. Senator Ellis has had a group that's been working on that. I'm working on some of the community college investment. What I'm going to suggest on both of these and also on the Hathaway is that we put a nominal amount in so that I think it'll make it easier to get it introduced. And I think that will then put us on the table and we'll have a discussion with the whole legislature, including the Appropriations Committee, as to what's the appropriate amount in certain places. Because I've heard some of the appropriations members saying that if we're going to build up an endowment, it ought to be the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. I think these other proposals have considerable merit. And what I want to do is get their thinking started, that there's considerable merit in looking at these as potential ways to translate surpluses into future benefits. And I hope the Education Committee will be unified on some of these, that we'll make a recommendation, because it would get something like the Wyoming Tomorrow's funded. The community college one may also be able to use some federal funds. So that is an issue. Staff, when do you need amendments so that you can be adequately prepared? And I know the prospective special session, if we have that misfortune, is taking some of the staff time. I was just looking at it and thinking that Wednesday a week, which would be the 20th of October, would be a good informal deadline for us to have any amendments prepared and to the LSO. Is that reasonable?
Mr. Chairman, what I would add is that the sooner the better. If the 20th is the date, that's fine. We'll work with that. We are starting to draft some of the special session bills Those are, increasing and lots of legal memos on that subject as well. And I would add that there are 6 bills, not 5 bills for the upcoming Joint Education Committee. You also requested the halfway lump sum be resurrected. And so I think the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Program, they have that buttoned up with the working group. I have revised that draft and have a couple of changes to make as a result of Senator Ellis and Representative Summers' direction over the weekend. And then really the 2 that are kind of outstanding that we need amendments on if they're going to come is the Community College Investment Fund, and that's 22 LSO 108. And then also the K-3 reading. I sent an email on September 22nd requesting amendments to that bill as well. And that's 22 LSO 106.
Okay, and the 22 LSO 106, I may give you something that may be an amendment and maybe a separate bill. So we may be looking for something there, and that may also deal with some of the problems we've been talking about. And committee, we aren't going to, I know the creative process. We aren't going to say you can't be creative after the informal deadline, especially if you come up with wanting to delete something or change a few words. We can do that right on the spot, even as late as the meeting. But in terms of giving our staff a reasonable chance to get something done well, we would like to request that we get things in as soon as possible, and the 20th would be a possible deadline. And we can talk further if we have a special session. I understand it would be the last week in October. If that happens, we can do some informal talking amongst ourselves down there. But if we do that, I hope we will work it out to the point where LSO doesn't have to do a lot of work on it, because we would want to get any bills and any amendments to the bills out to the members and the public early in November, so that you have the maximum time before the meeting on the 15th and 16th. Anybody else have any comments on that? Okay. LSO, Mr. Co-Chairman, I want to talk to you about on the reading assessment, because I do have something there. And committee, that is something we've done a lot of work on. We aren't going to solve all the problems this time. I believe the existing bill was the recommendations of Representative Brown, and we're looking for anything that we might want to do. Okay, unless somebody has something else. Anybody else? Okay, we're adjourned.